and this is your last audible warning.
Previously on the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
Lummy,
yes.
Are you?
He texted. Yeah, he was texting. I was reading it. Gene has to make sure a cop is with him.
So did Gene have to call the police?
Yeah, Gene, you have to make sure a police officer is with you when you go to 7-Eleven.
I go in there and knock half of them counters over. The cops will come.
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
Broadcast rights for the Bubba the Love Sponge show have been granted to this station by the Bubba Radio Network and is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this production without the express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
Monday, January 12th, 2026. I am coming from the worst weekend I've had in my entire, I wouldn't say in my entire life, but I had a horrible weekend this weekend. One to forget.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Can we go over it step by step?
Yeah, step by step.
You just spend more weekends with me.
Oh,
we never have bad weekends.
There's no
together.
bad weekend.
Yeah.
Dan's no bad weekend camp.
Exactly. Although I hurt myself this weekend, so.
What, throwing?
No, getting off the wave runner at the fuel dock.
Oh.
I slipped.
Wow.
Really?
I had a hematoma on my leg, literally the size of a mouse on my shin. It blew up like a balloon.
Really?
Yeah.
Did you like when you have a hematoma like that? Are you supposed to drain it, or is your body supposed to absorb it?
I wrapped a you-know-what out of it and made it. I squeezed it away.
Oh, God.
So is that what you like? Put an ace bandage on, and
I
then
did Coban. It's not even an ace. It's stronger than that. It's the stuff that kind of sticks to itself. It's kind of like plasticky.
You mean kind of like when you give blood and how they wrap?
Yes.
Okay, that kind of deal.
Yes, but big old like a 8-inch wide piece, and I just wrapped my toes.
You went into the office and found all the Coban you had.
Mm-hmm.
Now, when you do hurt yourself like that, do you take yourself to your own office where you have the supplies?
I usually leave a little bit of a trove at the house, and then when I run out,
Coban.
Mm-hmm.
So, do you have sutures at the house?
Yes.
Do you have Novocaine at the house?
Yes.
Okay, so you could do
a hernia.
You could do your, you got a mini, maybe not necessarily a sterile room, but I guess if
hey, kitchen table is good as anything.
Well, I'm just saying, like, if you sterilize the instrument and sterilize the area,
then you don't need a sterile room.
Then you're working on, and you're not in a. You're not in a sawmill, like
right, or a body shop with a bunch of dust in the air,
right? Sanding, yeah, exactly like that. So
I don't understand why there's sawdust in the wound.
I mean, like in operating rooms and things like that, do they have like the HVAC that does sterilization, like is recycle, or like I would probably think that the filtration has like the UV filtrate, like, because that's how you would probably clean. Lummy, we would need like Creatine Travis in here to give us an HVAC lesson, or better yet, Angus.
Yes.
But I'm thinking probably there's only one way to clean, air conditioning, and that would be through the filtration system. And a lot of times, I think the newest technology that they've had for the longest time is that UV. They shoot UV rays or UV lights through the filters. That I think maybe a more extensive filtration system would be the only way to potentially clean air conditioning.
Well, they have HEPA filters, and I don't know that they
Again,
do
the
any kind of
filtration
UV.
system.
Yeah, I don't know that they do any specific UV stuff because that would help
guarantee
with
you.
that would help with like viruses and stuff, but I don't think it would do much for bacteria.
I think that that like even houses at my old place in Tierra Verde, my HVAC guy conned me into getting this UV light that is that positions itself under the HEPA filter, and supposedly is supposed to get that much more. Hell, it can't hurt, right?
Oh,
I mean,
absolutely, it can't hurt. But they did a study years ago at Duke with Westinghouse, and they literally tried to make the rooms sterile, and they put the lights that you use for surgery.
Right.
They had those UV lights, and so like it would sterilize the field with UV light also, and it made absolutely zero difference. Zero.
It's all about prepping the area that you're attacking
and what you're operating on. What they did was the study actually helped them kind of differentiate a clean versus a clean contaminated versus a dirty case.
I would say that the 4 areas of contamination where you could actually make a difference would be the covering, meaning like the blankets, that they put on top of you, making sure those are extra sterile. The operating table in itself, making
they disinfect those between every case.
Right.
Yes,
That's what I'm saying. The area of skin or part of the body that you're working on.
That you prep, and that's very important, and prepping is done differently in a lot of different places. Sometimes it's iodine, sometimes it's chlorhexidine. Usually they work better if you throw a little alcohol in it first.
And then
they kind of wipe it down with alcohol and then prep.
And then the instruments. I mean,
those are critical. Those are critical because you could drive bacteria into the tissue with dirty instruments.
Right, and then the hands of the surgeon, which you have like what what's the average scrub, like a 5 minutes?
The first scrub's supposed to be 5, and then subsequent scrubs are supposed to be 3 minutes.
Really? I've watched you scrub, and you would think that
I'm like a shoe shine guy.
You scrub your nails, you scrub your palms. How far up do you scrub?
Elbow.
Up to the elbow.
Up to the elbow.
So do you keep your arms shaved because it's easier to scrub, or no?
No, I got furry arms.
Oh, okay.
Like I'm a hairless cat except my arms and my from my knee to my ankle.
But would it make sense if you did? Like I do shave my arms. I shave my arms just because if not, I look like a woolly mammoth. But if you were to shave your arms, wouldn't you think that would be probably an opportunity to be more sterile because you have nothing, hair could potentially have bacteria on it. And if you were sterile, you're really getting down to the skin. You don't have a layer of fuzz that's, that can get down to the skin.
I always felt if I shaved my forearms, I'd end up doubling my dating pool. So I've always avoided that. And I think that
double your.
Oh, I know. I get it.
I don't.
I know what he's saying.
Can you help me out, Seth? The first one over my head.
Yeah, it means that guys would start, being attracted to Dr. Dan.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Seth. Thank you for sniffing that one out for me.
Yeah, no, it took me 1 second to peel underneath that layer.
It took a Bears fan to figure it out. Because of stupid Packer fans, we've been known to give up 25 points in the fourth quarter.
No, is that why you had a bad weekend? It can't be.
Oh,
come on. Is that did it? Is that what did it?
Oh, come on.
I know that pissed you off, but that didn't ruin your weekend.
Well, okay. Let me just start out by.
I heard Bobby Labonte spun out at your track.
No, Bobby
Labonte was there?
No, he wasn't there. So
that's a big name.
If we start out by, we had a big race. It's called the Hangover Classic. We do it every first Saturday of January. We got rained out last week, so we rescheduled for this week. Well, we had practice on Friday, so that requires me to bust ass up there as fast as I can on Friday. Now, Lummy, my Crown Vic, although it's got 205,000 miles on it, it is, it's bulletproof. You can literally run it at 110 the entire time. I got my Waze app. It's but it's been acting up a little bit. Okay,
really?
Yes. So it's been showing signs of the fuel pumps going bad.
Oh no!
Now, I'm not trying to talk bad about Terry from Preferred Automotive, but I'm a little upset with him this weekend.
Oh, how dare you besmirch him?
Yes. Well, wait till you hear. So I have and with a Crown Vic 04 Crown Vic Police Interceptor 4.6, when you have a fuel pump that's going, it will run good when you're on the highway, constant speeds. But as soon as you get into traffic, it won't run. It just shuts down. And then you have to pull over to the side of the road, wait exactly 5 minutes, because what's happening is the fuel pump which by the way is on the side of the gas tank. Some fuel pumps are internal gas tanks. Some fuel pumps are, like this one happens to be on the side of the gas tank. It's a big fuel pump assembly. Then the fuel filter is right underneath the driver's side door on the actual frame of the car. And so trust me, I've become a fuel pump expert on Crown Vics. So there's 3 things that could potentially be going wrong. You got a bad fuel pump, you got a clogged fuel filter, or you got a bad fuel pump relay fuse. So I was driving home a few nights, I don't know, like in December from the track when I was really working on it. Don't forget, as big of as a week that today, this week, BARP, this is the week of BARP, the Bubba Army Royalty Party, Lummy. That's as big for my business, the radio business, as the Winter Nationals are for my racetrack business. Yeah. So that's how Seth is. Seth, are we up to 8 shows that you're doing now, I think?
Oh, I've cut back dramatically, man.
No, I'm talking about fill-in shows for me.
Oh, yeah, fill-in shows, yes.
I've cut back dramatically. I'm like, whoa, this is news to me. I didn't get the memo saying you didn't want to do those shows.
No, I'm doing many shows, Bubba.
You're up to 8. You're up to 8 co-host. I'm sorry. You're up to 8 hosting shows.
I've already started planning.
Yes. So this, I have so much infrastructure to get done on the track. I got a bin block project. I got a lighting project that I got a couple of Musco lights out that are creating dark dead spots on the track. That's going to require me to get an 80-foot boom lift from Sunbelt Lummy and have Nash up there to try to fix that.
Oh, jeez.
I got 14 bin block coming from South Carolina, and I have to get a Sunbelt Law to unload those. I got, in turn 2, we've built the banking up so much that I have to pull the bin block out of the track, build the base of where the bin blocks sit up, and then reinstall the bin block, and then add more material. I got about another 500 to 600 yards of material to move from the back to the front. I just got so much going on, and this will be the last weekend. This weekend, of course, I cannot be at the track because I got to be here at BARP, and I want to be at BARP. This is our biggest, this is our show Super Bowl, the Bubba Army Royalty Party. The festivities kick off on Thursday with the pig roast here. And then Friday, of course, Bubba 199. If you plan on attending that, get your set of headphones. What's that, Lummy?
Oh, I was going to say the guy, Big Buck, Grouper Lips are asking some people. They're going to do a Elevate on a Friday afternoon about 3 o'clock.
Well, let me thank you for interrupting me because I hadn't got to that chronologically yet. See? I was still... No, you're right. You
said 199, so I just...
No, you're right. Yeah. So in between the pig roast on Thursday night and Bubba 199 on Friday night would be the Elevate gathering. And so, Lummy, I stand corrected, my friend. Thank you.
Sorry.
So, yes, Big Buck and a few others, I think maybe Greg and Amy or somebody are trying to plan... like a Friday midday, 1 o'clock, something like that.
They said it's going to be about 3 o'clock, but you can get there early. Elevate's going to hook them up. I guess they've already gotten like 25, 30 people there so far.
Who's the general manager there again?
Chris.
Chris.
Yeah.
So Chris has been so good. I think we run commercials for him too, do we not?
Yes, we do.
Do you send those to him?
Yes, I do.
All right, fantastic. The go-kart portion of Elevate, where Dan waxed everybody's ass.
Because he weighs 106 pounds.
I know. I realize that.
He's like a jockey. He's like a real jockey.
So he is. He is probably of all of us the most jockey-like.
Oh, yeah.
Well, him and Jay.
Well, yeah, but Jay's twice the weight of Brian.
Well, Jay's also twice the driver, but for reasons I can't discuss on the air, Jay couldn't participate on the race part.
Yeah, his neck was a little tweaked.
He went out and did a few laps, and I think he beat Babyface's time. But so the go-kart portion of us doing, and how many naysayers were all over the hate forums saying that we're never going to, Bubba always plans these group outings and he never follows through. Well, Lummy, we planned the...
we did this to shut the naysayers up?
Well, no, well, yeah, somewhat, but we also did it for good content. We still have the bowling portion that's being edited.
Wow, that's not it. Just the go-kart.
Yeah, we're making it a two-parter.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, just an update too. I'm getting a message here that Macho Man wanted me to announce that he actually got the best time out of everybody.
Oh, he did.
Yes.
Well, he's another little skinny guy.
Oh, yes.
Well, I'm sorry, not a skinny guy, but a jacked up guy that's skinny.
What does he weigh? What does he?
Macho, what do you weigh? 195, 200?
He's not going to tell you.
No, he will. He'll tell us. Yeah. Now,
Last
Dan,
second, 198.
Yeah, I was dead on.
Yeah, wow.
I mean, and Dan, I know that you're a doctor, and a lot of people will say this as they're trying to lose weight and go to the gym, but
medically, does muscle weigh more than fat?
Significantly more.
Significantly more.
Significantly more. But it's so interesting because Mach is lean and he looks good. But if you check his weight to his height, I bet his BMI is like 30, 25, 30.
You're saying it would show that he's obese?
It would imply he's obese, which is why BMI is such a BS test.
Yeah, I've been telling myself that for a long time.
How tall are you, Mach?
I've been telling you. I've been telling them my 48 BMI is just way whacked. I'm a lot stronger than that. Mach, how tall are you? Like 5'8"?
5'9".
5'9".
I'm looking for the last BMI result.
Right.
28.2.
Yeah, see, that implies fat, borderline fat.
Meanwhile, the guy, I mean, do you have what your fat volume is?
I have no accurate measurement, but I have abs, and I would say that it's got to be around 9%, 95%.
Yeah, it's fetish.
I don't have he says, I don't have a number, but I got abs.
Yeah.
Not a lot of men have abs. There's probably only 3 people that come on the show that have abs. Dan, Jay, and Macho Man is what I would say. So Lummy, Friday night, Friday.
Brian, you don't think Brian's got some abs? I'm not being facetious.
No, he probably.
He's not heavy.
Probably for as thin as he is.
Does he have that big stomach like the people in Africa that are starving?
No.
Oh, okay.
He doesn't have I forget what that's called. What's that called? Starts with an S, doesn't it? When you have a stomach like that.
Yeah.
Extended. I don't know what the hell it is. I call it a
hungry tummy?
A hungry African tummy. So
Brian's on the peptides. Maybe he did get shredded up underneath the button downs.
He says he's lost like 15 pounds.
Wow.
So
wow.
So anyway, let's move right along, Lummy. Thursday, courtesy of Clearwater Egg and Poultry, the infamous hog roast.
Yes.
And we got a bunch of people: John Costica and Buck, and of course Big Red's heading it all. It's and don't forget Coastal Tents will be providing our tent for us. We're gonna have fire pits. It's gonna be a little bit cool. This weekend. Big Red texted Merch Crick yesterday and be like, can Bubba call a favor in with Sunbelt and get some of those heating towers? And I'm like, no, we got fire pits and we got firewood. I'm not going to call. I already probably overextend the graciousness of Sunbelt. I just,
Can I tell you about can I just tell you? All right, I'm going to...
No, go ahead.
No.
Can you just tell me how much your Bears killed my Packers?
No. I just want to... Let me just give you just a little perspective. The thing about having a fire pit is you kind of end up smelling like a fire pit. That's just the one drawback, I think, of it. Very warm. Very natural.
Yeah.
But it does have... I understand what you're saying.
It does have a smoky...
It's so smoky when you're out there getting warm,
Like going to the fondue restaurant, you kind of smell like it.
Maybe you could call... I don't know. But, Kevin's mom has given us like $2,000 in the last 2 weeks.
Yeah, of course.
I don't know.
I don't think he knows about that, but...
yeah, it's true.
Thank God for her.
But I got so many favors I need from Sunbelt with my track that I just feel like
if you don't stay warm
for three heating towers might be too much. I'm gonna have to feel out. Maybe Bob or Kevin or Tina or whoever's our Sunbelt connection is listening. They're like, yeah, we can get some towers over there.
Because I talked.
Put the feelers out.
Yeah, I'll put a feeler out there.
Yeah, but make sure you say, but Bubba feels, and he's already gonna be, really using a lot of Sunbelt stuff for the track, so he doesn't want to overextend. So back to my worst weekend. So then, Lummy, we got an Elevate thing that's happening on Friday. Chris is working with, I think, Buck, and maybe Lummy, you're involved in that.
Yeah, I am.
Bubba 199. Then a Saturday, of course, BARP. The doors open at 7:00 for BARP. That's the ring ceremony, the Hall of Fame ceremony, and just an overall good time. Now, Lummy, I think John dropped off the name plaques, right?
Yes, I got them.
All right, so you need to get those to me so I can put them up.
Okay.
Up to the spot, because don't forget, from the ceremony outside, they walk into the studio and put their little bust on their spot.
No problem.
And so that clears out BARP. Here's my weekend. So, Dan, I've been having symptoms of a bad fuel pump in my Crown Vic. Mm-hmm. So when you're driving like 100 mile an hour down I-75, it does it, and you don't have to slow down and get it into traffic, you're okay.
You were keeping it under 100.
So, yeah, of course, under 100. So, but as long as your highway speeds, you're okay. But I've been noticing, and I went to Terry with it. I'm like, Terry, when I get into traffic and it starts sputtering and sometimes just shuts off, and then I have to wait, 3 or 4 minutes, and I'm stranded on the side of the road.
You just have to turn it off?
Yeah. And it will not start. You turn it off. First of all, Dan, the motor dies. The motor dies, and then you sit there and try to start it. Well, it won't start. Well, you're like, okay, I better wait a few minutes because I'm going to burn my starter up or run my battery down, because it's just like it will not fire.
Like a horror movie?
Yeah, so I wait 5 minutes. It seems like 5 minutes is the golden. And I've been reading online and stuff. This is what's happening is when you have a bad fuel pump and a 2004 Police Interceptor Crown Vic, is that the internal portion of the fuel pump is getting too hot. And so it needs that 5 minutes is kind of the golden sweet spot where it cools down. But after that, Dan, you literally can only go while you're on the highway. If the minute you get stopped at a stoplight, you're stranded again. Okay. So, hear me out. So, Merch Crick and me and Bella decide to go. I have to go to the track on Friday to get the track ready for practice because we got a big race on Saturday. And so we take off, Lummy, out of here.
Yeah.
And everything's going good. But my buddy, Rob Plattfoot, the guy who is the head track prep guy from Eldora, remember, he comes down the last part of January and helps me with my track during the February Nationals. Remember, he's the best track prep in the world. Well, he drinks Old Milwaukee. And I thought he usually brings 30 12-packs down for the month. That's how many he drinks.
It's confirmed Brandon the Quad's got 2 30-packs right now as he's driving.
Well, they're not driving yet, are they?
30 packs or 12 packs?
They left yesterday.
They did?
Yeah. So they're on their way.
Okay, so he's got 2 30-packs?
Yes.
There's a 30-pack or a 12-pack?
30-pack.
Yeah, which I wish I would have known. So anyway, because I wish I would have caught Brandon before he left, because I would have had him picked up like another 4. So anyway, Dan, there's only one place in all of Florida that sells Old Milwaukee.
Come on.
And it's
all of Florida?
Yes. And, well, at least on my way to the track.
Yes, that is true.
Okay. And it's in Lady Lake in the Villages. And that is 1 hour off of I-75.
Oh, my God.
1 hour of stoplights and traffic and, so we get off 75 to start going. I think we get off on the Lake Panasonic exit. And Lummy, my car starts acting up.
Oh, man.
It starts, shutting down. So my car, it took me 5 hours to get to Ocala. usually from door to door from here is an hour and 18 minutes. But so literally, Dan, and I told Merch Crick, start counting them. We broke down and had to do 5-minute increments 46 times. And I'm talking about.
Are you kidding me?
So I'm talking about.
You wasted over 200 minutes just sitting there with your thumb up your butt?
Yep.
Oh, no wonder you had a bad weekend.
So then I would get on the road going, and there'd be a stoplight. Well, I'd have to pull over onto the side of the road because my car instantly stalled. Wait, and boy, people were flipping me off, and you know, because I was in the way most of the time. Finally, after 48 times of it stopping, and I got to the ABC liquor store, and was able to load. I think I got 30 12-packs.
Jeez.
And then I hobbled it to somewhere in southern Marion County. And so at that point, I call up my buddy Augie, who's got a flatbed truck. And I call up Creatine Travis. You know, they live in Marion County. And his wife, OFF, you know Lummy.
Yeah.
She works from home. And she, you know, obviously they have 3 kids. One's in school and 2 are not. And so she comes and picks me up to get me to the track. We were 38 minutes from the track. So she comes and picks me up to get me to the track because I got to get on the grader or we're going to be like, at this point, I don't get to the track till 2 o'clock. I'm supposed to be there by noon. So then at that point, Augie and Big Frog Towing, Merch Crick stays with the car and waits for the flatbed to bring it to the track. And I'm already at the track. So she gets loaded up on the flatbed. They bring it to the track. I do have a mechanic that works in Ocala. He came by, and he's like, well, we can diagnose it. I'm like, no. Go to Advance. So I had Merch Crick. Go to Advance Auto and buy everything it could possibly be. So I got a new fuel pump, a new fuel filter, a new fuel relay switch, and the Advanced Auto people hooked it up to the computer and said that I had a faulty coil pack in cylinder 6, and I possibly needed new spark plugs. So I got 8 new plugs, cylinder number 5 coil pack, a new fuel pump, new fuel relay switch, and
fuse,
and fuse, and a fuel pump. And got it all changed out. But so Dan, like about a month ago, I took this to Terry with the same problem. And here's the problem. Terry just drove it around for a couple days back and forth to home and work and didn't see. You got to get it on the highway for about an hour to get it heated up. And Terry never did that because it doesn't require, you know, his daily travel doesn't require that. So when I went to Terry, he's like, listen, I can't get it to replicate what you're saying it's doing. I pulled the fuel pump. It looked okay and this and that. Well, it wasn't, obviously.
Oh, man.
So
is it put back together?
It's put back together.
Have you driven it?
I drove it today.
So is it working?
Yeah, it's perfect. It worked last night, except the fog last night was so bad, Lummy, that, oh my God, listen to this, guys. You want to hear this? So we had the races on Saturday night. I didn't get back home till 5:15 Sunday morning.
Holy cow.
Because I had to grade the track because I got a test tomorrow. There's a big the Lucas late model guys, 6 or 7 of them are coming to the track tomorrow to practice, and in order to get the track ready, they has to have moisture. And if I would have left the track sealed over from racing, the guys today couldn't water it, and I'd be behind the times. So I had to grade it after the races. The races didn't get done till 2 o'clock, and at the races, we had a kid that was standing too close to the fence, and a car got into a wreck, and kind of hit the fence and knocked the kid over.
Oh, no.
So the ambulance had to come. We had to shut the racing down for 30 minutes. Thank God. Now, mind you this, Dan, on Monday, that kid got a concussion at gymnastics class.
He's a gymnast?
Well, he was doing some kind of balance beam kind of deal and fell off and got a concussion.
Probably had shaved arms.
So I don't know if that, so anyway, they took him to the hospital, which required us to shut the racetrack down, have the ambulance get there, load the kid up. Thank God, the little shower. He's a good kid. His last name's Showers. He's a good kid. They took him there. They checked him out. He's okay. But that was a whole big show in itself. Now, mind you, I'm in the tower race directing, watching the Packer game on my phone because I got Amazon Prime and let me show me how to do that. And I have a gamut of emotions at that point, feeling splendid at halftime, up 21-6, thinking there's no way.
No way. It's impossible.
No way that they can't learn from what happened 3 weeks ago or 2 weeks ago when they had a halftime lead and completely blew it. There's just no way.
Exactly.
They're playing good. They look like they're great. I literally think the Green Bay Packers and the Matt LaFleur and Jeff Haley and all, I think they go in and play cards or dominoes or something while the Bears go in there and say, okay, what type of schemes are not working? What do we have to do differently to have a different outcome? And they go up and lay 25, was it 24 or 25 in the fourth?
I think 25?
Yeah, they laid 25 points down on the fourth quarter, and the Packers miss an extra point, miss 2 field goals, and get beat 27-31, ruining my night.
It's the hot dogs.
What do you mean it's the hot dogs?
Halftime hot dogs. Some teams go in and they ignore them. Some teams go in and that's all they think about is that halftime hot dog. And it distracts them from taking care of business in that 15 or 17 minutes they have to do it.
I don't know.
I'm guaranteed it.
Maybe Lummy, maybe Seth. Do you think this will get Matt LaFleur fired?
No. I think they were talking about it, but I think that it's too late. I think they'll keep him and just not.
How about a Jim? How about a John Harbaugh?
There's rumors that he's talking to the Giants.
Yeah, but if you're talking to the Giants and all of a sudden the Packers rear their head, if you just look at the talent pool, you got the Packers probably have a better team than the Giants. If you would talk about talent,
well, they got a quarterback that'll choke just as well as the old guy did.
No. Maybe the quarterback choked.
Aaron Rodgers.
First of all, Aaron Rodgers.
Rodgers would have won that game.
Yeah, Rodgers would have won that game. Rodgers would have won that game. So I don't know. I don't know, Seth. What's your opinion of LaFleur?
I don't think he gets fired because they have to. The problem is that they either have to extend him or fire him because he's on a 1-year deal.
And historically, NFL coaches don't do lame duck seasons. Like you only have 1 year to go.
Well, yeah, because if you're on 1 year and they go, we're going to let you play this out, then they really don't want you there anyway. So Matt LaFleur could get a job anywhere else. So I think they're going to have to decide. I saw that he was meeting. I don't know whoever is running the operation.
Ed Policy.
I don't know if he's meeting with fans or whoever owns the team or whatever he needs to do to decide if he's coming back or not. But I don't. Just as a Bears fan, I think he's won a lot of games.
Well, but his play. His play. He completely changed. He's like a turtle where he pulls his head in and starts acting conservative and scared in the second half. And they didn't get Josh Jacobs going. They weren't doing hell. It was 3rd and 1 once in the fourth in the first period, Lummy, and they're throwing 14-yard out patterns, and then it's just like they just. And Lummy, let me ask you a question because I didn't have the volume up.
Yeah.
When they threw that little tight end gimmick to that big fat lineman, number 70,
yeah.
and he fumbled it. And then it kind of looked like the fumble-rooski where it couldn't, but then it went out of bounds.
Yeah.
Wouldn't the ball be out where it was out of bounds?
That's what it's supposed to be.
Well, they put the ball where he fumbled it.
The ball can't fumble for a first.
Yeah,
the ball can't fumble for a first down.
It can't advance. Like
so
you can't
you're
go
saying
forward.
where you fumble it, Seth, it kind of is like a dead ball there, and if it gets forwarded from that point, then it doesn't matter who recovers it or if it goes out of bounds. It can only be placed as to where the initial fumble happened.
If it would have went backwards out of bounds, then they would have placed it where it went out of bounds. But since it went forward,
all right.
Fumble can't advance.
And does anybody know what that play that rule is from?
Something from the Packers?
No, it was it was called the Fumble-Rooski, and it was Kenny Stabler to Dave Casper as the Oakland Raiders. It's called the Big Fumble-Rooski, and Casper caught the ball, then fumbled it, and kind of pushed it along the ground into the end zone, and then dived on it. And I think that's where the rule came from, where you cannot advance a fumble. I think I guarantee I'm going to be right on this one. I'm going to drop the mic. So anyway, Seth, congratulations to your team. They made my team look stupid again. I cannot believe how you give up 25 points in the fourth quarter.
No, it's not easy, man. A lot of things have to happen. A lot of things have to go wrong for that to happen.
God.
Are you
Were
mad?
the refs a factor?
What's that?
Were the referees a factor in that game?
Well, other than the Bears just loved. I mean, did you see all the holding, Lummy?
Yeah, listen. Unfortunately, it seems like the refs are really having a blind eye this postseason.
When it comes to holding,
yeah, they could easily call almost every play, though. That's the problem.
It's holding?
Yeah,
You're mad.
every play, technically, an offensive lineman or whatever is holding.
I don't really think that there was any oh wow moment, Seth, of referee mess ups that caused the outcome of the game. I think the outcome of the game was the fact that the Packers kicker left 7 points on the table, and the Packers just locked up and got conservative. I don't think there was an oh wow missed call that caused that outcome.
No, but it's weird that the Packers are really hanging on Brandon McManus missing a couple field goals when the Bears went for it on fourth down about 4 times in the first half and missed it. I mean, that's all possessions that you're coming away with no points at the end of.
Which just show you how much more they dominated the Packers when they. I think Williams had a pick too.
He had 2.
He had 2 picks, and then they had 2 failed fourth down conversions.
I think more than that. I think maybe 3 or 4.
And they still overcome that. The Packers had no turnovers, and just are they playing? Are the Packers playing a zone? Are they playing man-to-man to leave people just absolutely? Me, Seth, you, and Dan could have all gone out for passes and been open.
No, Bubba, I'll show you later, but it's broken down. I watched a lot of stuff. It's broken down about the play. Ben Johnson was running linemen out for passes to distract Packers cornerbacks. I mean, your boy Travion Diggs was in for 1 snap and got run over. So
yeah, Diggs didn't help at all.
Yeah, so they were getting a little thin back there, but some of the play calling, if you watch the nuances of it, it's absolutely brilliant what they did in the second half.
Watch this.
Yeah, I sent you this one.
Yeah, this is it Keyshawn?
Yeah,
Keyshawn Mixon. He's a corner. This right here, this is really the only game. I'm sorry. This is the only play you have to show that shows the Packers' mentality of being tough and being strong and trying to stop the ball player. Watch this. Is this Swift?
Yes.
Swift. They're about on the 5-yard line. He'll probably, if you're a cornerback here and you square up and hit this guy, he's probably going to truck you over and make it into the goal and make it into the end zone. He probably is 96% of the time. Your chances are he's got all the momentum. You're flat-footed.
Why not ram your head into that ball?
But yeah. Why not try to punch it out or at least make contact? Here is exactly how the Pack.
Bubba, you played football. You're always, no matter on defense, you're always, no matter if you're small, whatever cornerback, you're always looking to make a hit.
Right.
Your mentality is to go hit.
Now you might get trucked over,
but you're slowing them down a little bit though.
But this guy's got all the momentum, and you're on the balls of your feet trying to get a good tackle in. You're going to get trucked over, and the guy is going to make it in the end zone. But you might be able to punch that ball out.
Yeah.
Here, watch this. Looks like a bull matador where you just step aside and let the guy in. Watch it. Here you go.
It's 21-16.
If I'm a defensive coordinator, I don't know if I cut the guy. But watch, ready?
It's 21-16.
I mean, is that not disgusting?
Look, realistically, he should be all right. Look at where the ball is, Bubba. Right?
Yeah,
he should be shooting toward
here,
shooting down toward the ball.
You should be taking either this or that. And making shoulder-to-shoulder contact and trying to punch that ball out.
Yeah, Swift on the 1.5 because Nixon's is on the goal line. So technically, there's still a chance for a play.
Right.
He holds him up, then the linebacker comes in, can also hit him.
Now, again, you probably got Swift's got all the momentum. He's got his feet underneath him. Nixon's kind of somewhat flat-footed on the balls, and he might just get trucked over shoulder pad to shoulder pad, and the Swift guy gets in the end zone. Yeah, that's probably going to happen. But you also have a small percentage where maybe you can stand a dude up and somebody else can come in and help from the side, or you got an opportunity to punch that ball out. But that only happens if you're not a little pussy and not scared for contact. Watch this. Completely sidesteps. Oops! Oh yeah. I mean, no, you're too tough, and I've been hitting you all game long, and you're like a little cannonball, and you've been running me over, and so I'm not doing that again. The guy actually, the Nixon guy actually jumps to his left to avoid. Watch. Oh no! I ain't doing this.
You see, Bubba, you know what's crazy is that when 29, right there, I think it's 29, hit him right there. 25, Nixon should already be lowering his shoulder pads. And since they're a lot
more lenient on leading with your helmet on a running back, he could have literally put his helmet on that Nike symbol and gone shoulder to shoulder with the guy. Now, you don't spear and you don't go for his head, but you can come right in here and then lead with this arm to try to punch that ball out. And again, the statistics are on Swift's side to make it in. Swift's not a noted fumbler, and so statistically, you're looking at probably a 90-10 chance that Swift gets in. But this is not even this is lazy, scared, just unacceptable for this level of elite play.
Plus, you always want to give him a little bit of you want to hit him because the more hits is going to wear him down.
Oh, what's your ready? Oh, zoinks. Zoinksville.
It's 21-6.
I don't know if I've seen that very often.
No, that's playing scared and being a pussy.
Is he worried about getting his ankles hit or his spats dirty? I mean, what?
Let me. When I return, we got a letter from. If you want to email us, you can always go to BubbaArmyHQ.com. No, I'm sorry, show.
Yes.
Show at BubbaArmyHQ.com for those who want to email us various things. And we got an interesting email, and I think I have a way to potentially validate this.
Oh, nice.
Because Mark Tate's wife, Jeannie, knows the person that this person supposedly says. We got an email from a guy I'm going to read that says there's an A-list celebrity, an A-list musician that he met over the weekend at a friend's house that is familiar with our program and says listens all the time, or got turned on by Howard Stern and still listens. Now, I don't believe it. I'm telling you, my starting point on this, Michael Trader, is I don't believe it. Because it sounds too good to be true. And if indeed you're not lying, I'm not trying to call you a liar or upset you, Michael. This is really phenomenal if indeed what you say is correct.
So he's saying an A-lister.
You could text us the name?
No, you guys, I'm just going to talk about it on the air next.
Oh, okay.
But, I mean, if this was for sure, we do have people like like Joe Rogan and others that, obviously listen to the show. I got the greatest compliment. I was on the Grader Friday, and this comes from a person that's a very good friend of mine personally, but also knows good radio and is part of, radio royalty, if you will, and got the greatest compliment from Ronnie the limo driver. As you know, if Ronnie's on the air, like on Monday and Tuesdays, he'll listen to the show. Ronnie listens or watches every one of our shows.
That's awesome.
So he paid us the greatest compliment on Friday. He was like, Lasker's almost getting Baker acted story was absolutely
absolutely the funniest things. Dan, did you hear any of that?
Yes, it was great. It was awesome. It was absolutely incredible.
God,
I really enjoyed it.
What a whack job. What a straight. So, sir, what's your symptoms? Well, let me tell you something. Barack Obama sent some big-headed Africans to surround my house, and they got me sick. If I'm a doctor or I'm a nurse practitioner or I'm a nurse and somebody's telling me those symptoms, I'm
cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs.
And then they followed up by, "Are you happy with your weight?" No, I ain't happy except when I can hold my wife down and smash her because she can't get away, but it sucks because I got a 4-wheel drive and it's tough to get in up onto, and I always lose when I'm running against the cops.
See, he needed Sarah to pop a little bit more with his jokes, but I think the fact that she was concerned and then he was making this stuff up, I think
she won't laugh at him.
No.
She just looks at him.
Yes.
Like with that look to say, please stop, but I don't want to get you mad.
Right. So anyway, let me the email.
She blinks at him.
The email from Mike. Well, they actually
separate them.
They actually did separate them and ask her if she's being held without her will. Like, are you being held captive against your will? And she's like, no, I'm not. They thought Gene might have been human trafficking her. So anyway, that was funnier than hell. And then Lummy, did we get any? Did you go with him on the 7-Eleven gimmick?
Yes. By the way, the one guy that came with us, the way he presented, it was badass.
I heard the dude, the law enforcement agent that went, who's not TPD, but he's a federal. I'm just going to say this. I'm not going to mention any names, but he's a federal law enforcement guy. He works for one of the big federal law enforcements. So you got, CIA, FBI, DEA, ATF, FDA, ICE, Homeland Security. I mean, so you got a lot of guys out there that are federal law enforcement, and this guy's one of those agencies. And Lasker texted me, goes, "Man, the way this guy put it in like some real fancy terms had them really scared."
Yeah.
So Lummy, can you give me? We can do that too.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna do the email next. Okay.
So is Ronnie the limo driver the A-lister that listens?
No.
Okay.
No.
Beetlejuice.
Although Ronnie the limo driver knows this dude.
Oh, nice.
Like Ronnie the limo driver knows the dude that the guy emailed about. So we're getting into that, and then can we get into? Is there some? I heard there is, because of our federal law enforcement dude really kicking ass and putting it in I guess worded it however, that there's an investigation that's going to proceed, and it looks like their camera system caught who did it, right?
Yes, it did.
All right, so we'll get to that next.
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
If you want 24/7 on-demand Bubba and the crew, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
Yeah, cable dog, it's true. Indiana stepped up for the forum. Indiana looked like world beaters.
Oh my God, they look like. I mean,
they completely dominated Oregon.
I mean, I don't know if they can dominate Miami like that, but I mean, they look like, honest to God, they look like one of the best college teams I've ever seen.
Oh yeah, that's what people are saying. I believe that they're an amazing team. And then watching them, I was just like, holy shit, this is one of the best teams.
And that running back is just,
he's a stud.
You can't fucking.
Is he next weekend?
Yeah, Monday.
This Monday?
Yeah, this Monday coming up. Yeah, Fernando is one of the best, just pure smart quarterbacks. He doesn't make mistakes.
He's like a Tom Brady.
Yeah, he can run. He's
amazing.
Watch.
Good morning, everyone. Cece, I'm so sorry about your dad. Tragedy, I'm sorry. Morning, Group Lips. Dirt Merchant. Smoke Slayer, Berto. Sam. Bob Cook. Smoke. Good James. Group Lips. Panic. Big and Greasy. Powers. Hierarchy.
Hey, Dan, have you seen those new which you might want to get? Have you seen those new things on Amazon? Those rotator cuff. And just to let you know, I had a guy. You listening?
Yes.
I had a guy that got one and swears by it. So he had a rotator cuff, much like ours. That
What does it look like?
Huh?
What does it look like?
It's a little ball on a string, a weighted ball on a string.
That's simple.
And you move it, and with 3 different variations of the exercise, and then you increase the ball weight. Like the first weight might be 2 pounds, and you do that for like 3 weights, and then I need to find it, and I'll let you see it. You can either shoot holes in it or.
I'd love to see it.
But
just for strengthening.
Yeah, and I had a guy. I actually had a friend that used it and said. Let me see.
You rub the inside of it?
No.
So you just do this to like the palm of it. The part, not where your hand goes, but where the ball goes.
Oh, okay.
Just touch it. Kip, oiled.
Can I break it in for you?
It's a process, Lummy.
It is a process.
I know.
It's not a one-man job. It takes a village.
Pre-broke. Just always, when you sit on it, have a ball on it, just so it never loses the box.
No.
Always keep a ball on it.
Tired of skyrocketing cable bills and endless streaming subscriptions eating up your wallet every month, and you're still missing that big game?
Say hello to the Box, the ultimate streaming device that changes everything. With the Box, get thousands of live channels, blockbuster movies on demand, premium sports, PPV events, and international entertainment, all with no monthly fees.
Up to 8K crystal clear HD picture quality, voice control remote, and easy setup. Just plug it in, connect to your internet, and start watching from anywhere.
Cut the cord today and save hundreds.
Order your box now. Getabox.com. Go to getabox.com. Use promo code BUBBA and get $25 off your box. Getabox.com. Stop paying for TV. Requires internet connection. Available while supplies last.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show. Listener supported via PayPal, Venmo, Cash App, all at the Bubba Army. Now returns.
Lummy, will you look on Amazon and there's this rotator cuff device that you buy, and it's a ball on like a string, and you rotate it, and then as you get stronger, you increase the ball weight. And I had a friend of mine,
like exercise ball,
yeah,
or ball swing.
It's like a little ball on an end of a rope with a stick. And then you do like three or four different exercises. And then as you get stronger and build your rotator cuff up, it you go to a different size. I think there's like maybe three or four different weights on it, and after you get to the last weight, supposedly your rotator cuff. I don't know if that's the one. That's the one because the one that I saw had different sizes of balls. But I think this is kind of the premise. But
you go to Amazon over the weekend. I checked the numbers.
What's that?
Over the weekend, I checked the numbers. We sold 17 new penis pumps.
Yeah, this is not
in one weekend.
Yeah.
Wow.
And we get credit for that.
Big 2026 for everybody.
We get credit for that.
Yes.
I mean, that's not the one.
I sent you another one.
Okay. I want to show Dan because I'm thinking about getting one.
This may not be it either.
It's probably not.
I'm trying to find this.
No, that's not it. No. And prior to needing to find it, I found it it was constantly on my feed, and you'll find it. You'll find it eventually. So let's talk about this email that I got. This comes from a Michael Trader, and Michael re-email us back. Our email, of course, show at what is it? Is it BubbaArmyHQ.com?
Yeah, he knows because he's emailed over the years.
Okay, thank you, Mike.
I get him out.
I was at my friend's house, Bill O'Brien, watching the Eagles game,
which is a real producer.
Yeah. I mean, Lummy, you've checked this out, and the names do check out.
Correct.
So I was at my friend's house, Bill O'Brien, watching the Eagles game when John Bon Jovi walked in.
Oh, here we go.
Bill's dad is Obie O'Brien, who is John's producer, which, Lummy, I think you checked that out.
Yes.
We got to talking about the show, and he said that he loved your show. He's been listening since you were on Sirius Satellite. He said Howard Stern turned him on to your show, and he listens often. Talk about a small world, or talk about surreal. Now, Jeannie Tate, Mark Tate, the landlord of this building, there was some type of function that she hauled Mark up to in New Jersey last year, and it was like the John Bon Jovi Foundation, and Jeannie through a friend was invited, and Mark, I guess they got a picture with John Bon Jovi, but Mark was never, there was no way.
You're saying they can't confirm this. They don't know Bon Jovi well enough to confirm if he listens?
Yeah, like Mark didn't have that conversation because there was John was behind the step and repeat of his foundation, and then part of getting to go to this $1,000 a plate gimmick for John's foundation was you're gonna get a picture with him, but it didn't involve a full-blown conversation. It was here, get a picture, hey, nice to meet you, thank you for coming, appreciate for blah blah blah. But I'm thinking that maybe Lummy, Jeannie Tate, whose connection that got her into the deal, might be able to validate this. Or maybe even Michael Trader can get a hold of you, Lummy, privately and really, really, really validate it. Like, say, listen, I'm not bullcrapping you.
I just DM'd Bon Jovi on Instagram and said, do you listen to Bubba the Love Sponge?
Did you go slipperywhenwet.com? Is that where you went?
No, I don't even know.
I followed him on our X and invited him in the BARP. So maybe he'll make an appearance.
Who, John Bon Jovi?
Yeah.
Could you imagine if John Bon Jovi was at BARP? Come on.
So
now.
what part of the story do you think is not real? Let's start.
I don't know. I don't know if John was just being nice. I'm sure John Bon Jovi
was Michael Trader in the presence of John Bon Jovi at an Eagles watch party.
Hold on. I think it's
that part's true.
I think it's a couple different steps, Seth. I think one, your question, was Michael Trader really at a place that John Bon Jovi was at?
And how do you bring up Bubba the Love Sponge show?
And then two, how do you bring up Bubba the Love Sponge show? And then three, did John Bon Jovi really say that he's familiar with the show? That's one thing. And listening quite often is a whole nother thing. So, sure, he's probably familiar with the show. Absolutely. Him and Howard are great friends. And I've met John Bon Jovi a couple different times at radio functions, not in a personal one-on-one level. But Seth,
like the way you met Taylor Swift when in a radio promotion type
promotional
deal.
events, yeah.
But she took it to the next level because she's such a great marketer. She got with her people and found out all the radio people that were there, then wrote handwritten letters, so she took it to a whole nother level. But that's just Taylor Swift.
Didn't Bon Jovi used to own an Arena League team?
Yes, he did.
Yeah.
Back in the 90s.
He's
still married to his high school sweetheart?
Still married to his high school sweetheart. So Lummy, let's just see if this is real or not. I think there's some remnants of this that could be potentially real. I think that Michael Trader might have been at a friend's house that is a producer of John Bon Jovi. John Bon Jovi could have walked in to watch the game. Now, whether the show was mentioned or not, and whether John Bon Jovi put it over as such is yet to be determined. But that would be kind of cool if indeed it all checked out and we could get John Bon Jovi for a quickie.
Yeah.
Just a quick little, whatever. That would be kind of cool, right?
That would be huge.
So Lummy, tell me about the 7-Eleven situation. So Friday, Gene comes in and he announces that when he was at 7-Eleven on Wednesday, because he did 2 shows last week, Wednesday and Friday, that his debit card, the guy that was checking him out was doing all types of. I felt as if he was doing like almost a shell game. Like he was getting me distracted with all these receipts that he's pulling out and everything. So I didn't know what to do. So I left my credit card in the machine. So Lummy, it comes to find out that the real problem here is that Gene left his credit card his debit card in the debit card machine.
Yes.
Do you think they did the gypsy shell game with him, or do you think he just forgot?
No, now knowing and seeing the video, it was not the employee's fault.
All right. So.
Oh, is it Gene's fault?
Gene calls 7-Eleven. Gene calls 7-Eleven, not the store, but our friend who works there and who also does some volunteer work here, and who we have affectionately deemed 7-Eleven, correct?
Correct.
Like that's his name. So we call the kid. What's the kid's first name? Angelo?
Gio.
Gio. So we call Gio. Who is he a manager there?
No, he should be, because the manager there is awful.
And
I think I found that shoulder rotation thing, by the way.
Oh yeah. I'm gonna show Dan
for life.
Let me see.
Backtracking for a second. While we're
finding the shoulder machine.
Is Bon Jovi the signature you forged for that one girl you were dating?
Yes.
Oh, that's so funny.
Yes.
Okay. Someone brought that up in chat. I just wanted to double check.
Yes.
And I still have my snakeskin boots based on that poster of John Bon Jovi back in the 80s.
Now, I don't think that this
This has the 4 balls.
Yeah. So Dan, I got a guy that bought one. But it doesn't show the exercise. This is.
Wait, she's strapped to her. Is this kind of some bondage thing? She's strapped to her knee.
Yeah.
Did you see that? Her arm was strapped to her knee in that video.
No, I didn't see it.
I thought it was so weird.
You said somebody bought this for you, Bubba?
No, somebody bought it.
$200.
And
see, look, it looks like the arm is strapped to the knee.
I can't do that.
Well, what's that for?
I don't know. I think it makes you sleep that way. And I felt like I was in jail and I wouldn't break out the entire time.
Oh my God.
I'm gonna have to find it because Dan will be here tomorrow too. So I'm just gonna have to find it because it shows people doing it.
Okay.
Like actually doing the actual rotation, and like within the smallest weight that you start out, there's like 4 exercises that you do for 30 seconds, and it completely. Like, I have a dude that completely swears by it, that his shoulders were as bad as Dan and mine's, and he completely swears by it. So anyway, I'm sorry, Gene calls up, is it Gino?
Gio, yeah.
Gio.
Well, he calls me first because he didn't have Gio's number.
Let me tell you something, somebody's racked up $700 on my debit card that I left at 7-Eleven before the show on Wednesday. What are you going to... Like Lummy can do anything about it.
Yeah, he called me. I was in a doctor's appointment. He called me 11 times and was texting me 911, 911, but he meant 711.
Right. Like, almost, whatever.
7-Eleven.
So he calls you and he says what?
That he $800 he was racked up on his debit card, that he forgot his debit card at 7-Eleven. It was stolen. They went to Newsom's, but was Nordstrom's, Walmart. Then they spent $160.
They went to Newstrom's and bought all kinds of stuff.
Yeah, and they racked up like $800 of charges, and I needed to get a hold of Gio and tell him to save the tape and not delete the tape. And
all right, so it gets back to Gene that he needs a law enforcement officer to come and review the tape for them to be able to go any further.
Yes.
So Gino tells him it doesn't have to be a Tampa PD guy or Hillsborough County. It just has to be somebody that's a recognized law enforcement.
Technically, yes, but then the manager, because they're so busy there, turned into a real bitch and was like really pushing back. And then that's when our buddy started saying,
let's call him Johnny Federal.
Johnny Federal put this rap on it, and that lady totally flipped switch.
Yeah, now Lasker told me, I just got bits and pieces. He goes, let me tell you something. I think we were dead in the water for a little bit, but Johnny Federal started laying some type of rap down that had me scared.
Yeah, me too.
he said this Johnny Federal dude laid it out. Badged her, identified himself, what agency he was with, and laid a Johnny Federal thing down that said, Lasker goes, man, if I was even getting a little nervous. So did Johnny Federal totally kick ass for us?
Oh, yeah.
So
was able to get back to pretty much watch the tape. He called in a favor to one of his buddies also to come in just, as a backup.
Oh, wow. So you had two feds?
No. A Tampa PD guy.
Oh, okay.
But we already had it. He was already getting back to the tapes. Him and Gene were already looking at the tapes before the Tampa PD was
now,
there.
Lasker, do you have the tape?
Yeah.
Yeah. Does it show everything?
It's a little longer. Yeah, it's kind of grainy, but you can see it. It's grainy because it's coming over the phone.
Okay. Maybe you can send me the tape, and we can go through it next break. But Johnny Federal has TPD backup. They go back into the manager's office and watch the tape, and we're gonna watch the tape. And don't worry about it now, Lummy. We can do it during commercials. But what does the tape show?
Yeah, the tape shows Gene walking out, leaving his debit card in the machine, and then this homeless lady that let clean up. You see her just starting to kind of go over toward the machine, and do
you literally see her pluck it out?
It's hard. It was hard to see it, so maybe when we have it on the screen, it would be easier to see because it was grainy on my phone while I was trying to watch it.
And so she allegedly takes the debit card out of the machine, and now is she the one that, because she's homeless, I don't know that she's got wheels to go to Nordstrom and Walmart.
She had she drives an electric bike.
Oh, okay. So she gets on an electric bike and starts with. You would think, Dan, if you're a manager or you're even a clerk at Nordstrom and a homeless person walks in with a
$2,000 electric bike, where she's plugging it in? Where's she plugging in her bike?
No. But the name on the card is Gene Lasker.
Right.
That you wouldn't, and she's homeless. Homeless people tend to not go to Nordstrom. Wouldn't that raise a red flag in itself? Like the first line of defense on fraud is usually the merchant that asks a few questions.
Different ID, right?
If I walk in with Lisa Jones and I'm homeless, I mean, wouldn't you say, Lisa, you got any ID?
But Gene's kind of a unisex name, though, isn't it?
I don't
I thought you were going to say it's a unisex-looking guy.
No. It's a unisex name, though. This girl's named Gene.
Billie Jean.
Yeah, that's a song.
So well, it was a person.
Billie Jean King. The famous.
Jean
player.
That's my mother-in-law. Jean is a lady's name. Also.
Okay.
Jeannie.
So, Lummy, you see her, and now is she the one you think that made the purchases, or do you think that she got a hold? They all got Obama phones. Do you think that she sold it to somebody for $50? And that's a lot of times what will happen on a stolen credit card is they'll get some homeless guy or drug guy to give him $50, and then they go out and try to work the system the best they can.
Yeah, I think she went down to her local homeless. You know, there's obviously a lot of homeless camps around here.
Oh yeah, and
so
said,
she probably went there, probably scored some smack, gave the card.
Yeah,
for
probably got a crack rock.
Can I just say this doesn't take some sort of mastermind to pull off? He left his card in the machine.
I know.
I mean, my daughter could figure out how to go on a spending spree with Gene's credit card.
The lady was like literally slow, and then right when she got it, she knew she had to get out of there, and she got out of there.
And so
went right to the store.
And so
you have to have that criminal mindset 24/7.
Where does it stand now? Is TPD investigating it? Is our 7-Eleven going to wait? Does she show up every day?
She was showing up every day because she was working.
But now she probably is not going to show up.
If she was smart, but I mean, she is homeless, so.
Right. So where does it stand? I mean, is TPD now?
TPD took it over.
TPD
That's the last time
took
when I
it
talked when it was all left. TPD was taking it over. Gene's was working with his credit card company. And
how much did they rack up? Like $700. It was $700 plus, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was between $700 and $800.
And what? Gift cards and and Walmart and
Nordstrom's.
What did they buy at Nordstrom's?
Clothes.
Soft sweaters.
Yeah, soft sweaters.
It's hard telling.
I don't know. I mean, he
it's
didn't
hard telling.
Some cable sweaters.
So anyway, man, our federal friend, thank you so much. It all started with him, and then he called in to Tampa backup. And if we wouldn't have had that, Lummy, we wouldn't, because 7-Eleven was not going to cooperate with just Gene himself. Correct.
They told pretty much if it was Gene and I walking in, even with 7-Eleven or Geo telling,
even with an employee. So
yeah,
even you and Gene, even walking in with an employee.
She pretty much would have told. She told us to kick rocks and go get a cop.
All right, so here.
Wow. Is there any? Did Dirty Harry determine there was any collusion between the homeless lady?
You can watch it and see that it's hard to even tell Gene left the card in the machine.
Is there a little switch the guy calls outside and says, "Hey, someone left the card"?
No, because actually, at the end here, you see Geo actually come from the freezer and go to the machine, and he was in the freezer when Gene was there.
Is this 4K?
Yeah.
This is like 400K. No, literally,
Gene's
this
in a blue orb.
Hold on, Seth. This is literally like 4K, not as in 4,000K, but as in the number 1, 2, 3, 4K.
I think security footage was better in 1979.
I do too. So there's Lasker,
and that's the guy that he says was waving the receipt.
The Chinaman, as he called him.
Yeah.
Only Gene can get distracted by a big receipt.
Yeah. Only Gene can get distracted by a big receipt.
There's only big
receipts. He's never been to CVS.
Yeah, there's only big receipts these days. There's no tiny receipts.
Yeah, because at the end of the receipts, man, they have different QR codes and, surveys and how you can get extra points and
$1 off next time.
$1 off next time.
Yeah, the two biggest receipts are CVS, and if you ever try to send send something by FedEx, not FedEx, Western Union.
Oh, yeah.
Western Union receipt. You ever see one of those?
Yeah, you could use those wrapping paper.
Lummy,
it's 10 feet long.
Is this the homeless person?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah.
It's hard to see. I know she was wearing red.
Gene made it seem like it was a madhouse in there.
That's her.
With the red hat?
Yeah.
So she's watching this whole thing happen.
Yeah, she's watching. As you can see, man, she's leaned in.
Yeah, we can see.
And she's watching.
So that's Gene in the blue?
Yeah. He's the blue orb.
Did Gene get the money back from his bank?
I think they...
Because that's the biggest thing of it all, right?
Well, the TILA protects your credit card, but not your check card.
Hold on, no. Look at the size of receipt Gene does get right here. Hold on. Look, ready? I'll pause it.
Yeah, okay, let's...
Right here.
You can see that.
Look, it is quite the receipt. Let me tell you something. The receipts, guys throwing up in the air like it's a pizza pie. It's crazy. So hold on. Gene gets 2 receipts and walks out. Now let's. The homeless girl. It's like she doesn't really know what she's doing. She didn't look like she really is buying much. She's just kind of hanging out.
She's kind of eyeballing the taquitos.
So Geo just came up.
Where's Geo?
He's the guy in the doorway now.
Okay.
So he was in the freezer when Gene was there. There's a bunch of nothing until she takes it right at the end.
So can I fast forward?
Oh, yeah.
All right. Probably about right now. Here we go. Hold on.
That's how much time's up. No, I mean you could go probably about 3 minutes, and because she sneaks over and it should be coming.
Well, it's only there's only 15.
Yeah, I mean, the minute
there's
she
15.
grabs the card, she's out.
Right here.
She's going. Yeah. She notices it. Yep, and got it.
Love
Boom.
it.
Right there.
The American dream.
Right here. Boom. Now, is this guy not watching?
I don't think he knows what he's
Because this is where
on.
she gets it right here. As you can see, she's reaching into here.
No, she's looking at the lottery tickets. She's looking at their lottery tickets, and then watch right there. Then
it's a browsing steal.
So the card is a little to her left. It's that black thing. Yeah, right there.
Right here.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right there. She
Right
grabbed
there.
it just there.
Right there. Right there is where she grabs it.
And then the person at the register is now looking like, what did they just take?
So this is all TP. I guess at the end of the day, they're what? They're just going to try to find her?
Yeah. Good luck.
You think they're really? They're not going to look for her.
Well, I guarantee 100% TPD is not going to look for her. TPD is
no.
Well, I'm not even going to say what I want to say, but
I mean, should they look for her?
I mean, it's a $700 and some theft.
Yeah.
You know,
is that leaving your front door open?
I mean,
I'm just throwing it out there. I'm just throwing it.
I think that they're going to not look for her, but if she would happen to come to the store,
right,
as a manager laid the rule down, Lummy, that we are to call the cops if she comes.
Yes.
You know, so at that point, I'm sure they've preserved this footage, and they got a police report from Gene's bank as to how much was fraudulently charged, and they can match the two. I'm sure that's in the system. So if this girl happens to reappear at this 7-Eleven, which I'm assuming is probably a pretty good chance she will, will they, though, call the cops?
That's what they said.
And will the cops get there? Listen, I've been here at the studios, and we've called the cops, and they've been here in 5 minutes, or they've been here in an hour and 55 minutes. Like, it's, you know.
And for that, they would probably be there in about an hour and 55 minutes.
Right.
And to 7-Eleven, they didn't lose anything.
Right.
They're not. It
would have been $711 of their product. It would have been way different. Right, Dan?
Yeah, or if someone was just shoplifting, they'd be more upset. But if someone just took a card that was left in the ATM or in the credit card machine, I mean.
NFL scores over the weekend. There's still one yet to be determined, which is tonight in the Steelers Texans, which will determine the next round in the AFC.
Who's playing the Patriots?
Right. So Rams over the Panthers. Packers get beat by the Bears 31 to 27 as the Packers give up 25 points in the fourth quarter. Bills over the Jaguars, which was a little bit of an upset, wasn't it?
Oh yeah, the Jags are the 2 seed.
Niners over the Eagles, and Patriots over the Chargers. So the winner of tonight's game, the winner of Steelers Texans, play the Patriots. Correct?
That is correct.
That is correct.
And the game that'll be on during BARP, I believe, will be Seattle, San Francisco.
That would be a good game.
Yeah, that would be a good game. We'll have that TV outside. I think Macho can do that. We did that last year. Or we can have it, let me play in here in the green room. When you first walk in, we can have it there.
Not a problem.
That might even be better. When we get back, Dan always loves to medically analyze these Achilles tendon tears. George Kittle. Did the Niners get beat?
No, they won.
All right. Well, this certainly puts a wrinkle into their offense, doesn't it?
Sure does. There's his piece, $10.
Yeah, they're used to playing with none of their superstars. That's why Shanahan's done such a great job this year.
Yeah, but this is one of their this is one of their big guys.
Yeah.
Next to Brock Purdy.
Next to CMC.
Now, Dan, is there any particular exercises that an athlete can do? There's chest exercises, and there's leg exercises, and there's shoulder exercises, and there's neck exercises, and there's knee. Is there anything in particular that you can do to strengthen your Achilles?
I think guys
calf raises.
Yeah, I think squats, calf raises, things like that. When you strengthen your extension of your legs, and that is squats and calf raises, things that like make your legs longer. The fascia strengthens with time, and so you're less likely to tear things.
Anyway, Niners George Kittle tears an Achilles tendon during the playoff. We actually got video of it. It's quite disturbing.
Yeah.
Now, this other side of the story is, chronic trauma to some fascia can tear it up too. And so if you get a guy that's constantly digging, that back fascia does sometimes get little micro tears, which can
so
weaken
as
it.
he's constantly in a formation and pushing off of his toes, that constantly is maybe making little micro tears into your Achilles.
Right, like swimmers aren't throwing a shot put, and they still tear the rotator cuff because they've swung their arm around 45,000 times in a day.
Isn't it I think you told me one time your shoulder is one of the worst, whoever our creator was or however we evolved, isn't the shoulder one of the most complicated and worsely engineered parts of our body?
Yeah, he did the shoulder the same day he did like the aardvark and the sloth and a couple other stupid animals.
If you love that segment, then check out BubbaArmyHQ.com and do a deep dive on past shows. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be right back.
Probably staying off for a while, rest, and the fascia thins.
I think he missed like 4 to 6 weeks during the season because I think he had a
comebacks. You tear Achilles and you tear hamstrings on comebacks because you've been sitting. You think you're just as fast.
Lummy, the Fed guy said he emailed the show a better video.
Oh, okay. You think oh, there it is. Okay.
Did you get it?
Yeah, I got it. I sent it over to Gary. What's up, Dirt Merchant?
Insurance does not cover GLP-1s, even though I hit all the criteria to be eligible for them. The pharmacist told me it was going to be $800 a month. I immediately said no. There was no deal that I could cut out of my budget that would allow me to afford $500 a month for medication. Mochi was the most affordable. I'm a single mother, and the price point was correct. Mochi was my last resort. They definitely saved my life. Check out joinmochi.com.
They actually, Dr. Quantum did a study and said that implied that some of the, thank you, Matthew, that some of the facilities that are close to the high power lines do have more injuries.
I'm not even trying to eat a banana.
I haven't verified the authenticity of it, but I've seen that recently.
You sent me a new one, Gene, Lummy?
Lummy's not in here, Bubba. It was just me.
Oh, he sent it to Gary, he said. Okay.
Yeah, Gary's uploading it now.
Okay.
Sorry, I was talking with my show about something for Gentry.
Hey, can we play clips of the Bears game and shit on the after show? Since it's the after show.
Why?
I'm just saying talking about.
Well, I sent you the video with better quality.
Okay.
Seth, do you want to really break it down?
I would honestly, I would like.
Like we would do that if my team won.
No, I'm not trying to break it down at the X's and O's. I'm just trying to have a conversation more so than just from your perspective about the Packers blowing it, and maybe just a bigger perspective about just football and some of the people that have chimed in on how the game was handled. It's Dick Vitale. It's kind of been a headline about Ben Johnson saying "fuck the Packers." So I just think there's some stuff there. But if there was plans for something else, then
I'm good.
Bubba the Love Sponge Show, listener supported via PayPal, Venmo, and Cash App, all at the Bubba Army, now returns.
Monday, the 12th, 2026. This is Barb Week. Festivities start on Thursday for the pig roast. Tent courtesy of Coastal Tents, Brian Bernhardt's lovely wife, Mindy. Porta Potties will be here on Wednesday. Still up in the arms whether we're going to get some of those portable heaters or not. We have fire pits, but Seth said it makes you feel. I'm sorry. Seth has proclaimed that it makes you smell smoky.
Well, I mean, it's thick black smoke that's getting blown on you for 4 hours.
Yeah. It's a little outdoorsy smelling. Some people don't mind that. Other people don't like it.
You ever have sex in the bathroom, Bubba?
What?
You ever had sex in the public bathroom?
I don't know why. I mean, I feel like you're at. What is
no,
it?
I'm just curious. Just wonder if people ever had sex in a portalet. I mean, they're so gross, but I'm sure someone has.
No, I think a public bathroom and a portalet are two different situations.
They are. I was going to lead up to the portalet from the bathroom.
I bet more happen at portalets, Dan.
Really?
At like the festival sports vibe. Yeah.
The music festivals and stuff like that.
Our portalets are going to be pristine, by the way. Okay, they're going to be very, very, very.
You can have
nice.
sex in them, Lummy?
I would.
Yes. Ours also have hand washing stations as well. So.
Yes, I know that we used to do porta potties. They do a great job. They pressure wash it. They do a deep clean. Give them a call.
Thank you so much, very much for that as well. Lummy, this is a cleaner, way cleaner version of the 7-Eleven security tape where the homeless person took Gene Lasker's debit card. Now, I'm assuming, Lummy, if you look at this area here, I think this is kind of where this is a much better quality because before this black mat kind of looked like a computer screen before.
Yeah.
This really, really kind of shows you. Now, Gene's already left. We don't need to play all that. This is a much better quality. This came from the federal agent. Thank you. And so this is the homeless person in the red hat. Looks like they're looking at lotto tickets here, right?
Yep.
Now this,
right there.
There's the credit card machine swiper. Put your chip in right there, and boy, you're right, my buddy. The federal agent is right. This really, really, and the homeless person is a con or a carny because he looked. I'm sorry, is it a girl?
Yes.
Yeah, the woman
like is distracting the person that works at 7-Eleven by looking like they might be interested in some scratch offs. Now watch, ready? There's the hand. There's the swiping of there's the, and literally doesn't even put it in its pocket, just goes from swiping it to the door. Like when with it's in with the debit card in their left hand, doesn't even like put it in its pocket. In all one motion, swipes ejects or takes out the card and moves to the front door. Watch, ready? That's them pulling it out. Now watch, Dan doesn't even recalibrate and put in pocket. Just goes, takes that hand and uses it to push it open. Watch, ready? All in one motion. Right?
Yeah, it's pretty smooth. Pretty smooth.
And probably feels, once I'm out and jump on my bike, probably knows that a 7-Eleven clerk can't chase you.
Well, they also have a rule that they're not allowed to.
Right.
Gio almost got fired for chasing someone.
So, I mean, this grabs card. You can actually see the card right here. See it?
Yeah.
You can actually see the card.
They did it right in front of the clerk, too. I mean, bold.
Man, what a much better video. Thank you, Johnny Fedboy. Love you. Thank you. Niners, George Kittle tears Achilles tendon in playoff win over the Eagles. Here is the actual footage of it right here. And Dan likes to break this down a lot of times. So he gets the ball. Boom. I think he's still good. Right? Like Lummy, I don't think he's still blown it.
Nope, not yet.
I think it blows right here.
Boop. Oh.
I think it blows right there.
Oh.
Ugh. Is it the same side as the bad knee?
I think it's the opposite, I believe.
Right? Oh, you can see it
snap.
You can see it snap up. Boom, boom.
And is that natural or is that turf?
That's natural.
That's natural. Natural grass. That's natural grass. Right here. Ready? Boom. Now, Dan, is your Achilles kind of the, for lack of a better term, kind of the strings, the muscle strings that keep all that intact? You know what I'm saying?
Okay,
like keeps your foot attached to the back of your calf. Is it kind of the infrastructure that keeps, your foot attached to your calf?
No. It does not. It purely connects your gastroc muscles to your heel bone. And so it's to extend your foot.
Can you tell us, for us who didn't spend 16 years in medical school, what your gastroc muscles are?
Your calf muscles.
Okay.
So your calf muscles to your heel.
So, yeah.
It's designed purely to extend and point your toes. Point your foot down. To plantar flex your foot. Like push on the gas. The problem is that if you, again, these guys have massive strength, but like when they have a knee injury that sidelines them for 6 to 8 weeks during the season, they can't work out as normal. And so they still have that strength, but the fascia weakens, just like your arm gets skinny in the cast after 6 weeks.
Now, Dan, is that right there, if you look at his right toe, do you think it blows there? Or does it blow on the back step? I want to go slow by slow here. I still don't think at this point it's blowed, is it?
No.
Oh, I guess it's the wrong foot. We were looking at the wrong foot.
That one. There you go. Boom.
Is it this foot?
No, it's the other one.
No, it's the right one.
It's this one.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, you see it like
he steps back a little too far.
Right there.
This one?
No.
No, this one.
Yeah.
Okay, hold on.
Pop.
Right there.
You saw it. It's like a little electric shock that goes up the calf.
So it's not blown, blown.
Yep. He won't put any weight on after
and you
that.
can even see he kind of pulls it up lame.
Yeah. Did he hold on to the ball?
What's that?
Yeah, I think he did. Yeah. And I was wrong. So Dr. Dan, he had a knee injury a couple years ago. He had a hamstring injury this year.
Josh Jacobs sticking up for Matt LaFleur in the locker room of Saturday night's choke job. Packers-Bears. Bears win by putting up 25 of their 31 points were scored in the fourth quarter.
I just IM'd you a video also. I just wanted to get your thoughts on it.
Okay. Pull it up. Sure it's... Let me see here. Flipping off a little kid?
Yeah, is that too far?
I mean, was the kid 4, 5?
Jeez, yeah, something like that.
Why are they shaming the little kid?
I just wanted to see. I just wanted to get your thoughts. I think parents, you know.
Yeah,
Wow.
I think that's.
Do you think that's a bit much?
Jordan Rodgers choked just like Aaron would have.
It's Jordan Love, buddy.
Yeah, same thing. The same lineage. Chokers.
I'm not too much concerned.
I'm going to tell you something right now. Aaron Rodgers wouldn't have lost that game.
Well, you say that because he never loses games in regular season. But if it would have been a playoff game, he would have definitely choked on his own foot.
Let's not forget.
He does it every time.
Let's not forget
He does it every time.
Dan, he's a Super Bowl champion.
Yeah, once.
Okay.
He probably should have been 3 or 4 because he sucks in January.
All right. How's your guy doing right now?
My guy?
Yeah.
My guy's taking naps. He's not blowing his hamstrings.
I'm
Getting
not
drunk.
Too much concerned
God
about
bless
Matt.
him.
I feel like the fans. I'm not too much concerned about Matt. I feel like the fans put way too much pressure on him on what they feel like he should be at. But
can we all agree that his play selection in the second half automatically was 50% more conservative than the first half?
Does he call all the plays too?
Yes, he calls the plays too. I mean, Lummy, you're a student of the game.
Yes.
I mean, they weren't getting Josh Jacobs out.
It didn't make any sense with that big of a lead how the play calling was going.
At the end of the day, he's still, since he's been the head coach, the most winningest coach in this league. Like, I think we take it for granted how much just winning is, and how much winning he does. I think that he's become a great leader since I've been here.
I could live with keeping LaFleur and getting one of them has to go, either Guggenhunt, the general manager, or LaFleur.
I think they're a package deal.
I wish they wouldn't be a package deal because I wish they'd get rid of Guggenhunt.
You think he's that much worse? You think he's the problem?
Yes.
You think so? You think they lost yesterday because of drafts and trades?
Hold on. You want me to break this down?
I'd love for you to.
Nobody knows more about the Packers than I do. Yes. First of all, we have two. First of all, we have a cornerback situation, and we got rid of what was it? I forget. Was it Nate Hobbs? We got rid of a couple cornerbacks in the offseason and brought this one dude in that has done nothing. We signed this guy named Aaron Banks to an $83 million. He was a backup guard or just not a very good guard from the Giants. We didn't improve our offensive line at all. One of the reasons why the Bears are doing so good is that they really made an effort this past offseason to upgrade their offensive line. They really made that an effort. The Packers, on the other hand, they're down to practice players on the offensive line. They haven't invested in their offensive line at all. And so the Luke Van Ness first-round draft pick, that's not panned out. You gave Rashawn Gary, the other edge rusher, you gave him like a $68 million contract 2 years ago. That ain't panning out. You don't have anybody on the defensive line after you got rid of Kenny Clark in the Micah Parsons trade that hasn't really worked out. You haven't drafted a first-round receiver in the past 20 years. That's catching up to you. You did draft Matthew Golden this past year in the first round. They finally got him involved in the offense this past Saturday, and he did pretty damn good.
I thought the Parsons thing was brilliant.
The Parsons thing has been yet to be determined. It was brilliant until he blows out his knee, but Google Hunt's trades and draft picks have been absolutely atrocious, Absolutely. That in conjunction with they really mishandled the Aaron Rodgers deal. They really mishandled their Aaron Rodgers deal. If they wanted Jordan Love out of little-known Utah State when they drafted him, they should have gone to Aaron Rodgers and said, Aaron, we got our eye on this kid. What do you think about drafting him? You taking him underneath your wing for 3 or 4 years. And no, they just draft him, and Aaron Rodgers has to find out about the Jordan Love deal, on ESPN. Which caused the Aaron Rodgers spiral and or demise. I think Aaron Rodgers, I think one of the reasons why Matt LaFleur was so much more. If you look at Matt LaFleur's record when he had Aaron Rodgers, and how far they made it into the playoffs compared to not Aaron Rodgers, Lummy, it's my understanding that they made it to the NFC Championship games back-to-back seasons with Aaron Rodgers, one of which was against the Buccaneers. Yes. They've been the 7th seed now, going on 3. This was their 3rd year that they've been the 7th seed and knocked out in the first round of the playoffs. Look at LaFleur's progress with Rodgers when you got a veteran quarterback that can do checkdowns, that can read line. I mean, how many? It's very rare to get one. How many? What do they call it? Let me when the quarterback throws the ball.
Intentional grounding.
How many intentional groundings did 2? That's a rare call in the NFL for a quarterback to get intentional grounding.
He had 2 his whole career, and he had 2 Saturday night.
So when he can't handle pressure, You know what? You got a guy sitting on the bench that can handle pressure, and Malik Willis. You had Aaron Rodgers that could handle pressure because he was so smart as he knew when it was coming, and he'd do a check down. So this is all about drafting, and a little bit of coaching, but this is mostly about the players that you've put on the field to compete. There's no reason that Aaron Rodgers shouldn't still be there. Aaron Rodgers should have retired a Packer. I mean, it's I don't know, man. It's just ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. And I'd love for Clem and Kush today to break the game down. I'd love to.
And I think that, he cares a lot about this.
Meanwhile, they had this guy going in the first half, Lummy. This guy was killing it in the first half, and he was nowhere to be found in the second half. Josh Jacobs.
Yeah, it didn't make any sense.
I mean, he was 20 rushes for 55 yards. I mean, he wasn't really doing much.
But how many of those were in the first half?
I don't
15?
know.
15 of them?
Program, and the people in the building.
Let me give me Josh Jacobs' first half stats, if you could.
Yeah, let me look it up.
I see him, put in extra work every day, and I know what he means to the players. So speaking for myself, I'm gonna stand firm on one of them to be the head coach.
I want the Harbaugh guy so bad, or Gruden. I'm let Gruden go up there.
I haven't even heard. I haven't heard Gruden's name mentioned at all.
I haven't either.
No,
I didn't hear. I mean, we didn't even hear it.
I think the NFL's got a blackball Willie on him.
Was Rodgers last year 2022?
Yes.
Okay, so it looks like with LaFleur with Aaron Rodgers went 13-3, 13-3, 13-4, and then 8-9.
Right.
And then since then he's 9-8, 11-6, and 9-7-1.
Yeah.
So that's
wanting them to figure something out.
This is Jordan Love's 3rd year as a starter. And what was Matt LaFleur's playoff record when he had Aaron Rodgers?
Matt LaFleur's career playoff record is 3-5.
Yeah.
It doesn't look like there's really been a.
I know he made it to the NFC Championship game 2 years in a row with Aaron Rodgers. I know that.
Yeah.
The NFL's. I don't know who this guy is. Is he former?
Yeah, former offensive lineman. I think he was a first-round pick out of USC.
Yeah, he was. Yeah, he was a big-time
And I
guy.
guess he's suing his ex-wife because she's compared his penis to a Coke can?
2 Coke cans.
Okay, 2 Coke cans.
Yeah, that's a
okay, so
thing.
what type of damages would that be? I mean, now, if your ex-wife is going on podcastings and going on radio shows or publicly tweeting or just getting the word out that you're Johnny Tinky Winky, the size of a pinky, well, I can understand where you might be a little bit mad. But when she's saying, that you're the size of 2 Coke cans, that That ain't a bad thing.
Well, I think it is because I believe she said she had to divorce him because of that, because I don't think she could be intimate with him.
I mean, she couldn't accommodate it? Or?
No, she couldn't.
I mean, she couldn't
What a horrible rap to have.
Maybe it's a curse to be that large.
Dr. Dan, what do you say?
Well, Dan, I think Dan's Let me speak for Dan.
Mine's more of a Red Bull can.
Let me speak.
Not really a Coke can or
I've never seen Dan's penis, but let me speak for Dan, and then let Dan do the truth. This is my opinion of Dan, being my best friend, having a general idea what his penis may be. I think Dan is pretty well hung, but he's not hung so badly where that it's a deterrent because he's hurting girls.
I know people that are like that are so big that girls will avoid their penis.
Yes.
Because it hurts.
Right. So, Dan, speaking on your behalf, and you can validate me or invalidate me, I think that you're well hung by men hung standards, but I don't think that you're so hung that you're hurting women, and it's a deterrent where they're like, I'm not going to go out with him because he hurts me.
We like to summarize that as perfectly hung.
Okay, well, I'm not going to put that on you because I don't know that. But, I don't think you're two Coke cans. I don't think any girls called you up and said, I can't date you anymore because you're too big.
No.
Right. So, of course, Lummy, it gives me, I've had this thing queued up, ready to go.
Yeah, but this chick lost 40 pounds.
Yeah, true. She lost 40 pounds, so good for her. Thanks. 7 months
Weight Watchers, baby.
Matt Khalil.
I got to think that Weight Watchers and all these other places that try to do it the conventional way are really getting their ass kicked with Ozempic and GLP and all that stuff that you can just get right through the mail. Everybody would rather take a shot to the gut than have to really decrease their calories and be hungry.
She's breathtaking.
She is beautiful. She is absolutely breathtaking. And this is he's a former offensive lineman for who, Lummy?
Oh, he was on USC.
Carolina Panthers.
Yeah.
Carolina Panthers.
For a long time, yeah.
Has a big problem with his ex-wife. The former NFL player filed a lawsuit against Haley Khalil for invasion of privacy January 6th after she publicly discussed his genitalia size, according to court documents obtained by TMZ. Haley compared his package to, quote, 2 Coke cans, maybe even a third.
Wow.
I mean, how big
can you... 2 feet, isn't it?
Yeah. 2 Coke, potentially 3 Coke cans?
It's ridiculous.
That is. If I was a woman, I'd be like, no. Mm-mm.
What's your cutoff? How many Coke cans?
I don't know. I've never had to accommodate anything like that.
Well, he just needs to find himself a big old 6'3" girl.
Yeah, like a real athletic girl. Not necessarily a big O, but like kind of maybe a volleyball player.
Yeah, or that pretty chick from Indiana. The place with
Caitlin Clark.
No,
not
Caitlin. The other
Sophie
girl.
Cunningham.
Sophie Cunningham.
Yeah, someone like that.
So, Seth, let me ask you a question.
Are big girls' private parts more spacious?
Well, yes, they're a little bit. They tend to be, not always, but they tend to be because everything's bigger. Their feet, their hands.
So should she get like a bigger Simone girl?
I was no names mentioned, but I've been with a girl that was over 6 foot. Or I was with a girl that was right at 6 foot, and everything is a little bit bigger, and it was very good. I'm just saying, but it was not noticeably bigger, but just I mean, 6'7" guys have bigger penises and hands than 5'7" guys. Although I will tell you, man, I played football at Indiana State with this guy named Todd Eckerd, and he was a cornerback, white kid. And he had the biggest penis on the team. White defensive back, probably 5'11", 195. And even the black guys in the shower would be just tripping on
you guys would kind of all gather around him and stuff.
No, but when you're the campfire. But when you're in the shower,
well, yeah.
Now I don't even know that today's showers are the same.
Oh, they are, Bubba. Yeah.
Okay, so Dan, for instance, the Buck shower. Do they have like one big shower and then there's heads
everywhere?
Heads
on the sides, in the middle, all over the place.
They got first of all, the ones down the middle are like towers,
right?
And they can have 4 or 5 heads on them,
and then circle.
And then they got 4 of those, and then they got another head on the wall that's every 3 foot, 3 or 4 foot.
Exactly. That's how it was when I was there.
Right. So you naturally see if you're going to be in a male sport that has a shower aspect to it, and when I was growing up, and Lummy, which is the same time you were, which was the same time Dan was, pretty much, after football practice, you took a shower.
Yeah.
And you would, at that point, even though you weren't meat gazing, or even though you just had a general idea as to who had the biggest penises.
Well, and also that usually the white guy that does have the large penis,
he likes to peacock around a little bit.
Exactly. Me
and Lummy would shower with our face facing the head, like with butts out. Yep. We would shower butts out.
Yep.
Meanwhile, if you're Todd Eckert and you got this big old hog that's just laying there at like 8 soft, he would shower,
with his back to the wall,
butt towards the tile,
and having a conversation with everybody.
Yeah, and be like, hey, today's practice was pretty good, and I got a pick off on second team, scout team, and you just couldn't help but like feel very inadequate when you got a guy that's laying that big.
And he'd turn a lot, and every time he turned, it would take like 4 or 5 seconds for it to stop swinging.
Yep. Yeah,
I know what you mean.
And then you go and be like, man, did you see? And it was always after the very first practice of the year. Did you see Todd Eckert? Did you see that?
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw it. Oh my God.
I mean, could you draw? Do you still remember it? Could you draw like a composite sketch of it?
No.
Oh yeah, you definitely could.
But I mean, of all obscure things for me to remember, a second string defensive back from college. I mean, that's a pretty.
I'm not surprised you remember his
seared. Well, okay, let's just do this. For everybody in this room that played male sports that involved showering together, do all of us have a particular person in mind that's seared in your brain that had a big penis?
Yes.
Everybody talked about.
Yes.
Lummy, yes.
Yep.
Dan?
I just remember all the guys with the small penises and feeling bad for them.
So, you're trying to think, are you trying to say that you're that guy? You were the guy with the big one?
Well, I was talking.
Video stream in November 2025. And
let's get back to her. You're right, Dan. This woman here is
she's
absolutely
dramatic.
a third in a.
I mean, you can walk up to her and say, "Hey, listen, I'm not 2 Coke cans, but I'm a Red Bull. I'm a Red Bull.
I'm Red Bull, and you're really pretty.
And you're beautiful.
Did she have kids with him?
I don't hope not.
Do you think they never penetrated? They dated. They never had sex. They never had intercourse.
I don't know about their children situation. I'm sure they had a lot of intercourse, and she probably got tired of it. Because I got to think that, a woman, it goes from being there's probably that number, which I don't know. It differs from each woman. Phoebe's probably different than Erica, is probably different than Ashley, is probably different than, whatever. Everybody has different elasticity and how many children they've had and all. I mean, I think there's several. Dan, you're the doctor. You should probably be speaking of this, but it's probably several factors on. And you do labia reductions, and you have the you have the vaginal rejuvenator.
Right.
There's probably several different factors on a woman's elasticity.
Absolutely, and having children makes a difference.
Now, let me ask you a question.
He does have a kid with a different woman who he is now currently married to.
All right, so hold on, Dan. Let me ask you a question. If a woman had a man that was very large, okay, and that was and they had an active sex life, 2-3 times a week, and she started out one way, I don't know what if you would measure it in millimeters or centimeters. After having a extended relationship with this woman of a couple of years, 2, 3, 4 years, accommodating a very, very large man, would that have an effect on her elasticity and presentation of her vagina?
100%.
So if she's taken a big log a lot, that's going to, even though...
You don't want to follow the Coke can.
Even though vaginas are one of the 9th wonders of the world on how much damage they can take by squirting out a kid and snap back to place, you're only having a kid once or twice or a couple different times. But if you're accommodating those 3 Coke cans 3 times a week, I'm thinking, Dan, that can do some long-term stretching out.
Yes.
Now, does that procedure that you do, the diva... Would that be for a woman that was with a larger man?
It depends on what you're trying to fix. So sometimes, you're talking about the introitus, which is the actual entrance, and that is dependent on like childbirth, genetics, and labia size. Then you have the internal actual vagina and how tight that is. That can be improved with the Diva.
But that's what you want.
Right. You want that because that's where you get the feeling.
Right.
It's not it's not the rubber band on the outside.
And you also offer, and I'm being medical on this, Lummy, but you also offer labia reduction. And that is where if the labia has been stretched out or
just large,
just a little bit larger or puffier or bigger than the woman feels comfortable with, you can do that as well. That's called a labia reduction, correct?
Yes.
So
we do a lot of those. And sometimes women get a little self-conscious if they have some, extra labia showing.
In November 2025, and she implied that the size of the plaintiff's genitalia was a primary factor in the party's divorce in 2022.
Wouldn't that suck if you got a beautiful woman so Lummy, you're this offensive lineman. Yep. You had how many years in the league was he?
I wouldn't say he was he was definitely over 5. I think like 7 or 8.
All right, so he's vested. He probably and was he in the league fairly recently? Because your offensive linemen, they're making, offensive linemen making 10, 12 a year?
He was a first-round pick. He made good money.
Yeah, so he's not a guy from the 80s that was, making 8, getting screwed like Ty J.
He played 7 years till he was 2012 to 2019.
All right, so he made good money?
Yeah.
That's pictures from 2018.
So how much would it suck if you got a beautiful wife? She's absolutely about as gorgeous as you can get.
He made $57 million.
He made $57 million, so he's got a lot of money. And the only problem here, I can rewind to what she said, and you get along fine. And the only problem that you have is that your husband's penis is too big.
Is that not a problem? If you can't,
that's what she said. That's the reason they broke up.
Yeah, no, I know it. You're saying that the only problem. I think if you couldn't have sex with your wife, wouldn't that be be a problem for you?
Now, Dan, let me ask you a question. Could you? Let's say you're a woman, and let's say you're this woman, and everything's going great. You love him. You guys get along. You're each other's best friends. You communicate. There's no infidelity. There's no abuse. There's just no, you guys are just absolutely in love, but it genuinely hurts to have sex. Couldn't you get with some type of doctor or gynecologist or something and have maybe a prosthetic, dildo or vibrator where you could start conditioning yourself to be able to accommodate a larger man?
Absolutely. And the 2 times that happens is people that are, that have testicular feminization or androgen insensitivity, like the Jamie Lee Curtis deal, where they're genetically a male, but they have female genitalia. It's only 2/3 of a vagina, so it doesn't really work as well as a normal one. And so they have to use obturators and dilators to keep the vagina open. Women that have vaginoplasties that started off as a man and became a woman, like in a transgender situation, they have that actual conversion, lower surgery. The neo vagina needs to be dilated, stretched, and kept open because it will contract and shrink.
I sent you his current wife, who he married a year ago, and they have a kid, so obviously they have an active sex life. And she was a model too, so this guy's getting models.
Well, you know why, don't you? There's some people, there's some women that really can't accommodate a large penis and yearn for one.
Yes. 5'10" model.
So, wow. This is her, Lummy?
Yeah, that's his current wife.
This one might be as hot as
she is,
as what he was working with.
They're equally hot.
And this one might be a little younger. Wow, Lummy, great find.
I know they got a kid, so great for them.
Let me continue this on right here.
It was a primary factor in the party's divorce, and the size of the plaintiff's genitalia was a primary factor in the party's divorce in 2022.
Again,
Matt, who finished his
not fighting infidelity. No, the size of my husband's penis was the primary factor in us getting a divorce.
Reverse this now. Say I'm getting divorced because my wife's vagina is dry, or my wife's vagina is too big and too loose. I mean, what would they say?
They would call you the biggest
get
asshole
chased
ever.
out of the country.
You'd be getting sued, yeah, too.
Yeah, you know what? If she was affluent, she might sue you for it, just like this guy's suing her.
In November 2025, and she implied that the size of the plaintiff's genitalia was a primary factor in the party's divorce in 2022. Matt, who finished his career with the Houston Texans in 2019, said her comments have brought, quote, unwanted attention and invasive commentary from the public, adding that his wife, Kehlani Asmus, has allegedly received disturbing and alarming messages. Haley's also accused of profiting off of the NSFW confession. He's requesting a jury trial and damages exceeding $75,000 per the outlet.
Can you imagine the jury trial? Dan, if you're like, Your Honor, we'd like to enter into evidence my client's penis size.
I mean, he'd win, right? I mean, he's right with everything he's saying.
I mean,
he's only going after 75,000.
Oh, no, over 75,000. That's a threshold.
You know what that threshold's for?
What?
Fedi court.
What do you mean?
Federal.
Oh, right.
That's a federal. This is making a federal case out of this.
So, I mean, if she did, Dan, get on the air and talked about how big his penis was, and it was the major contributor to them getting divorced, and she got a bunch of clicks or a bunch of views or whatever, and he could probably say that she did proffer, I mean, is that a HIPAA violation?
No, she's not a doctor. There's no violation, Bubba. He ain't got no case. He ain't gonna win anything.
Nothing.
Following
to
the
be like,
lawsuit,
wow, you have a big penis. Wow, we feel really sorry for you. You made $60 million in the NFL, and you have a giant dong, and you've just had the last two girls you were with were both 10s. Wow, we feel really badly about you. Maybe you can learn from MJ how to cry in court when he's talking about how he's been damaged so badly. He can go pound sand. What a puss.
She needs to go lawyer up with you. That should be your closing statements right there.
Wow, my penis is big, and I'm a big guy, and I'm an NFL player, a millionaire.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I'm Dr. I'm Dan Diaco, Esquire, and here's my closing statements. Wah, my penis is too big. Wah, I made $60 million in the league. Wah, the last two people I've dated are 10s, and I've had 2 kids with. Wah, my penis is too big. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, if there's any man on this jury that would like to have that reputation, please.
Well, I guess let's see what the allegations are, whether it's, privacy or intentional infliction of emotional distress, whatever. I have zero empathy for the guy. Zero. Bubba, do you feel sorry for him?
In a statement, Jay.
Lummy, do you feel sorry for him?
No.
No one does.
Let's hear what it's happening.
That she spoke highly of him in multiple ways throughout that live conversation, including that he's the greatest guy in the world. She continues, quote, I am genuinely shocked and incredibly hurt upon receiving the news of this filing. Litigation is a harrowing and emotionally draining experience, and I am heartbroken that he's choosing to subject us and our families to this ordeal.
Well, I mean, you're the one that opened up you're the one that opened up your mouth first.
Yep.
Right?
And she may have been speaking a little bit in parody. 3 Coke cans, come on. All right? It's not the Eiffel Tower.
Cardi B is going to show you, Lummy, how to, eat a banana.
Oh.
This is.
I'm not even drunk.
What?
I'm not even trying to eat a banana like a sexy. I know somebody watching. I know somebody going, this how you eat it. As my boy Funk said, this how you eat a banana like a real. You know what I'm saying? If you a man, this how you eat a banana in public. You gotta break it. Okay? You gotta break it.
That's good advice. I mean,
break it so you get banana on your fingers? You eat a banana backwards like a monkey.
No,
it's the best way to eat a banana.
I think it's so you're not, looks like you're suckling.
Yeah, you're not, looks like you're not trying to simulate fellatio.
Didn't she make all her money doing that, though?
Yeah.
Didn't she have the big OnlyFans stuff?
Well, and she made, I think one of her biggest hit was WAP.
Well, yeah, I mean, gosh. I mean, so now she wants to be a nun?
Listen, I think that she could do anything with her massive following and it be a viral, she probably made $5 million off this video.
The best banana eating has ever been done was that girl from California Dreaming when she was on I think it was Lawrence Welk. They wanted to make them lip sync. So while she's singing the song, she was eating a banana to show everyone that she wasn't really singing. That was sexy.
I'm not familiar with Lawrence Welk stuff, Dan.
You better get familiar.
I don't think that Lawrence Welk was the venue of what you're trying to talk about.
Michelle Phillips eating a banana during California Dreaming, 1967.
Yes.
Will you send it to me, Lummy? I could stand corrected. Dan could be completely right on this whole situation.
Is this an issue plaguing men? Is the men that they don't know how to eat bananas in public? Is it something that...
I don't know. I think that maybe she's just trying to put together viral video and saying that guys, when you eat a banana, you should break it off so it doesn't look like you're giving fellatio. I think that's what she's trying to say.
You know what I'm saying? You gotta... That's what my boy Funk said.
That's what my boy Funk said.
Funk Bleezy said, men can't eat bananas in public.
By the way, Lasker eats a banana like a monkey every time he's here. Gene Lasker doesn't care if you think he's giving fellatio or not. He attacks a banana.
He sure does.
She's with Stephon Diggs right now on the Pats.
Is that who she's with
now?
now?
Oh, yeah. She was down on the field like one game when he was stretching and all that.
Did you send me the Lawrence Welk gimmick?
Yeah, I sent it to you.
The what Dan was referring to?
Yeah, the Mama and the Papas.
All right, here we go.
So she has her banana in her hand.
Oh, you know what? We'll probably get a copyright violation on this.
Sure will.
From 80 years ago?
Yeah.
It's Elvin show
Oh,
will get us.
absolutely. So, I'm going to play it with no volume.
Okay.
And this is them doing obviously was, like Dan said, it might have been on the Lawrence Welk show. And
Ed Sullivan show.
Ed Sullivan?
Ed Sullivan show. And I'm assuming, Dan, she didn't agree to lip syncing. She wanted to actually sing the song. But they're like, no, we're going to play the background, vocals. And so it's perfect. So she eats a banana to prove that they're really not singing. Mm-hmm. Is that the whole premise of the deal?
Yes. She was pretty in the day.
Yeah, she was in that hippie kind of granola type way. And so she's got a banana and everybody, and by the way, so, but she was granola and hot and hippie, was she not?
Yeah.
Where's the banana? Here we go.
There it goes.
I never knew about this situation. It
was a protest.
I guarantee they probably never played the Ed Sullivan show again.
Nope, they didn't. He was very angry when people did that.
He was the stiffest.
Jim Morrison did it too because he's like,
remember,
baby, you can't get much higher. He didn't want him to say that, and he said that he emphasized it and said, and never got back on the Ed Sullivan show.
And then Elvis with the hips. Remember that?
He was always trying to edit people and really restrict what they were doing.
He was a dick.
He was worried about getting in trouble. He knew he had gold, and he didn't want to he didn't want to jeopardize it.
Well, I mean, there was only like 3 or 4 channels available at that time. So at that point, you really have a lot of power. You're the social media of the world, if you will. People have to watch your show to get any type of entertainment. And, at that point, you can have probably any type of rules you want. Kind of like, when I was on the Power Pig, all the rules I had back then, or all the cool stuff that used to happen. Because, if you were a stripper or a comedian or a band and you wanted to promote where you were going to be, you had to be on my show.
Yeah.
Which caused me to be able to do some cool stuff. So the clickbait and what we're going to talk about next is, Lummy, can you explain it to me? It happened in Los Angeles, did it not?
Yes, it did. There was a protest, or I guess pro-Iranian. I guess there's uprising in Iran currently.
Yeah, there's a lot of uprising. The economy's falling apart. The inflation's skyrocketing.
And I guess they were out there as pro-Iranians, and a man in a U-Haul just decided to drive straight through them.
Can I ask, who is this man in a U-Haul? They've been very ambiguous about talking about who the bad guy is.
Chaos erupts as U-Haul drives into crowd during an anti-Iranian regime rally in Westwood.
It drove itself.
And then this is another view of it. How many are dead?
I don't think anyone's dead. I think there's just a ton of injuries. I don't think anyone's died.
A protest that began peacefully in Westwood on Sunday afternoon turned chaotic after a U-Haul truck drove towards hundreds of demonstrators gathered outside the federal building, prompting clashes between the crowd, the driver, and police. Video shows the moment that the truck moved into the crowd on Veteran Avenue as people screamed and rushed away at 3:30. Exclusive Air 7 shows officers pulling the driver from the truck while protesters surrounded him, attempting to strike him with objects including flagpoles, trash, their hands. One protester can be seen climbing onto the vehicle and kicking out the windshield. Now, is this all from what's going on in Iran, the country?
Yeah, so it looks like on the side of the U-Haul, the guy had a sign that said, "No Shah, no regime, USA, don't repeat 1953, no mullah."
Death toll and crackdown on protests in Iran spikes to there's 538 people that have died in Iran. What are they protesting? Like what are they mad in Iran about?
I think Iran shut off their internet too.
Yes.
So what's the problem? I mean, aren't we invading Iran right now?
It's a communications blackout that authorities have imposed.
They're trying to prevent crowds from forming, and when you have social media, it's easy to spread the word.
Spread the what? Like, what's the problem in Iran? Like, what?
They've changed their money policy, and so they've devalued everything. So everything is becoming more expensive, and the value of everything
is under a new regime. Has there been there's a new president or anything?
It's the old president that's been running that country into the ground for he's not president, but the old leader just keeps running the country into the ground, and they're not making money.
Is it much like a Venezuelan deal where it's turned into a third world country, and are we going to have to step in?
Well, if you remember in the 80s, Bubba, people from Iran, wore jeans and colorful clothes, and they were becoming more westernized. And I remember Iranian, classmates in my medical school and residency, and they were talking about how beautiful the country was, and it just fell apart over the last 20 years.
But wasn't that where the Ayatollah, whatever,
Khomeini?
And then under the foot was they had our hostages for 444 days, and then when Ronald Reagan took office, we went in and got our Jimmy Carter for his entire presidency couldn't get these hostages, or was that Iraq? That was Iran.
That was Iran, yeah.
That was Iran. It was Iran.
They took our hostages at the embassy, at the U.S. Embassy. They had them for 444 days. Jimmy Carter could not get them released. He had one military extraction that went where 2 helicopters went down and a couple people died during that deal. That failed. And then Rappin' Ronnie Reagan got a hold of the government of Iran and said, when I become president, you'll either let them all go or we'll blow you up. Something of that fact. And so they were actually released, I think the day of his inauguration, after Jimmy Carter could not get them back. Is that the same country we're talking about?
Yeah. And the problem is these hyper-sectarian governments that are so religious-based end up destroying the countries because they don't prioritize the system over religion.
Now,
and so the system fails.
Is there any news? Wasn't Trump looking at Iran already? That's been on his radar? Because, if you're a country and you're screwing around and you got 538 people that have died in protesting at your country, your leader is a dictator, you've devalued your money, it's turned into a third world country. Isn't that where Don gets involved?
Yes.
Yeah, but the problem is just like Venezuela, Iran, besides China and Russia, you got the rest of the Middle East people that do not want USA to get involved.
We'll start cracking all that next. Hold on.
If you want 24/7 on-demand Bubba and the crew, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com.
Right now.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
We go in there, we become the infidels again.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, we're occupying.
We're just fighting,
everybody.
Yeah. all the radical.
So it's hard to have to do it like an arm's length.
In Venezuela, it's a little different.
There's no infidel thing. There's no.
But it's some cartels way, but usually the cartels are kind of like, yeah, we're just gonna stay in our country and not upset.
They're not trying to. Cartels are not trying to spread cartel
Well, that's what I'm
into the
saying.
Western
Well,
Hemisphere.
that's what I'm saying. The cartels are like, I'm gonna stay in Colombia or wherever, and Mexico.
In 2 years, Jordan Love's going to have a $74 million cap hit.
How much?
What?
In 2 years.
That must be the last year of his deal.
Hmm.
Yeah, that's why you fucking get rid of him and get Malik in there immediately. Malik would have won that game. But don't they sometimes use that stuff as a way to restructure?
Yeah, but I don't know how you restructure that unless you pay him $40 million as a bonus, which is, I don't see the Packers doing.
Packers are fun.
We're getting some Arctic air for Barb. Arctic air. Probably going to be a crispy 50 on Saturday. What up, Bon Jovi?
It's 60 degrees at 7 o'clock on Saturday.
Is it?
Yes.
Well, lows 41.
Yeah, that's at 6 in the morning.
Okay, well then, it could be a choppy night if you're not staying by the campfire. Choppy night. Getting toasty by the campfire, smelling like a campfire, breathing in a campfire. My insides are a campfire. Was it last year Brandon the Quad's battery died? Or was that 2 years ago?
Yeah, that was 2 years ago.
Hey, did Brandon Quad's wheelchair die last year or 2 years ago?
2 years ago.
2 years ago?
I don't think he was here last year, was he?
He couldn't make it last year. Right? Yeah, because of... Okay.
His van wasn't working.
Okay. Man, the last two barbs are turned into one.
Yeah, exactly.
They did blend together a little bit.
Because last year, it was 2 years ago, they didn't put the national anthem like a channel.
Oh, was it? Okay, so that was when I first came back.
Yeah.
Okay, they played the national anthem, and then last year was the year that we got on the truck lift stage, right? And I don't know, that was when we got Sunny Days on stage, right?
Yeah. Sunny Days.
Did you go to the straw shuttle? The hay wagon shuttle?
Yeah.
Was that last year or the year before?
It was 2 years ago.
That was okay. I remember that shit. The hay ride.
What's that?
You wanted to do a fucking hay ride with people to Barb.
Yeah.
We were doing rides where we did a history tour of the...
Tired of skyrocketing cable bills and endless streaming subscriptions eating up your wallet every month, and you're still missing that big game?
Say hello to the box, the ultimate streaming device that changes everything. With the box, get thousands of live channels, blockbuster movies on demand, premium sports, PPV events, and international entertainment, all with no monthly fees.
Up to 8K crystal clear HD picture quality, voice control remote, and easy setup. Just plug it in, connect to your internet, and start watching from anywhere.
Cut the cord today and save hundreds.
Order your box now. GetAbox.com. Go to GetAbox.com. Use promo code BUBBA and get $25 off your box. GetAbox.com. Stop paying for TV. Requires internet connection. Available while supplies last.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show, listener supported via PayPal, Venmo, and Cash App. All at the Bubba Army. Now returns.
I'm just gonna have I'll have Jay's mic up. That way you can just have him seamlessly jump in there. Dan, are you and Jay got a legal situation happening this weekend? Or I should say today, because you're suited and zooted. Is he going to be suited too?
Nope. You got two different things.
Oh, it's yours for your sprinkler system?
My sprinkler caper.
Oh. You're one of the very few people that will take the city to court.
Over $200.
Over $200 over watering.
It's not a matter of that. It's a matter of the fines after. It's not the first fine, then the second fine, then the third fine. They can shut you down, and I'm not even going to let them do the first fine because
now, hold on,
I've been there for over 20 years. I've never had to pay a fine. So
what I'm asking. Hold on now. Let me be the judge. How did you? Now let me be the judge. Let me be the reporter, not the court reporter, but the news beat reporter. Dr. Diaco, how did you do on your first, because in my opinion, or from my recollection, this is your second time that you've been to court on this particular situation.
Yes.
Okay. How did the first one go, or is it just procedural?
It was procedural to set this date.
To set this date.
Right. It was more like an arraignment.
Okay.
And how are you going to plead?
All right. So at this point, what are the allegations against you?
That I was watering on an off day.
Are you like they get that sideways and crazy
with a well? I have a well, Bubba, and I have 3 addresses in my property, so these rules shouldn't even apply to me.
It's the city of Tampa.
But city of Tampa decided they had a.
Somebody's calling me.
No, on your phone.
Hello.
Good morning. Hello, this is Dawn with Sunbelt Rentals. How are you?
Hey, Dawn.
Oh.
I'm just giving you a quick call to see if you are needing to call off that man lift. It looks like we had sent that out on Friday. Yeah, Friday. Do you need to call that off rent? Are you all done with it, or do you need to extend that contract?
Let me call my guy. I think we're done with it, but let me call my guy. And can I get back? Can I get back to you Can I get back to you real soon?
You sure can. You can call me at this number. Huh?
All right, Dawn. Thank you.
My pleasure. We'll talk to you soon.
Bye. Thanks.
Sure, not a steamy voice.
What's that?
She had a steamy voice for Sunbelt.
She did for Sunbelt Rental.
Yeah.
You go. Someone's calling me. And Lummy goes on the phone.
Yeah. No, I meant like over here. Sorry, I meant on her phone, Seth.
I know.
Because I'm looking over and I'm not seeing anything.
I know. I just listened to it was all I heard.
So Dan, do you think, Dan, that you got some code enforcement guy that hates you? That's a dick.
It was a random Sunday in July. I didn't get notification of it until November when there was a court date set and there was no chance of doing anything but go to court.
One of your neighbors probably turned you in.
Yeah, maybe.
There's a way online you can turn in people watering on off days.
But I think for the most part, Bubba, they probably fine people, and people probably pay their fines, and then they're able to make some money.
They're trying. It's a shakedown to make money.
They stagger them though. I mean, they stack them. Like, so the first one's a little fine, the second one's a lot more, the third one's even more, and then they talk about becoming going from civil to criminal. So I'm like, we're not getting that far, kids. And I have what's called an affirmative defense. An affirmative defense is like, yeah, I was sprinkling, but, and one of the affirmative defenses is, recent landscaping. And so after spending $70,000 fixing my yard over and over and over again, because every time I fixed it, the city came on and destroyed sprinkler lines trying to like lay down cable and bury some electrical lines. And I have all the receipts. So I'm going to slam dunk it and then tell them they shouldn't have any jurisdiction over me anyway because I have 3 addresses and use a well. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, like, now hold on. If
like,
you're
stay off my ass.
But hold on.
That's not what the judges say.
If you're using your own water, your own well, you're not on public water. You're not on the city of Tampa water. Like we are here. Like we get a water bill here because we use the city water.
It's not potable water.
Yeah. So you're using reclaimed non-potable water for irrigation only.
Right. There's 3 categories of water, Barbara. There's the city water, there's reclaimed water, and there's well water. Those are 3 distinct, separate types of water. And if you have reclaimed water, they don't care what kind of sprinkler they use. So you could take water that's been processed, run through the city, and they bill to you, you can use it 24/7 anytime you want. But if you have your own well, they can prevent you from watering your own yard.
I don't understand.
It doesn't make sense.
I don't understand because you're taking it from, hold on, you're not taking it from their source. You're taking it from your property.
Right.
And
they don't have a right to that water.
It's my understanding that your property, if you could draw an imaginary line up and you can draw an imaginary line down, that within those boundaries, I mean, like you can't have especially you being so close to McDill. So really your airspace is a non-factor. Plus, I mean, you're not like Ty J trying to run drone. I don't think you're trying to have drone races this weekend at your place. So the air portion or that portion of your property is not in play. But groundwater or well water that you're getting from your property on your grounds, I cannot see falls under the jurisdiction of Tampa, Florida.
Well, Tampa, Florida says there's no one exempt and that everybody in the city of Tampa, all water users are under the restrictions, and it's been that way since 1992.
I just saw.
And they can suck it because I'm going to fight that.
Dan, you know what? I wish Lummy could find it for you. And not that you can enter it into evidence, or because if you enter it into evidence, you have to give them an opportunity to have it as well, and we're way beyond that.
No, Bubba, because I'm going to enter evidence that they have no idea about. They did not ask me to pre-screen my evidence.
Let me give you one. I saw this on, I don't know if it was TikTok or Instagram, or I think it was actually on Facebook. And it was where a guy was collecting rainwater, in big barrels, and was using it to, virtually do what you're doing. And that he would use it for all kinds of things, to wash his cars, to any type of water situation he would need on his property. He had like 20 of these barrels. He had a whole rainwater collection system, okay? And the city code read that the city owned all water that somehow got onto your property. And the judge shot the city down by saying, do you own water from the sky? Are you trying to say that water that comes from a cloud or the sky, the city owns? And she had no comeback for that. And he ruled for it. It's kind of the same premise in the fact that, although it's not coming from the sky, it's coming from somewhere outside of their jurisdiction.
I sent you the news story. It looks like it's from 2012. The man went to jail for collecting rainwater on his property in Oregon.
Yeah, hold on here. So here we go. This would be. This is, if anything. Oh, there was a video. There was a video attached to it. When I saw it, can you see if you can find the video?
Yeah.
Dan, to me, it's absolutely a no-brainer. Like, one, you got 3 addresses to that property. So one of those addresses probably could sync up to the day that you were supposed to water.
I was hoping that, Bubba, but they busted me on a Sunday, and Sunday is not a watering day for anyone, apparently, unless you got reclaimed water.
2, it's non-potable. It's non-potable irrigation water. 3, it was being used for landscaping purposes, rehabilitative landscaping purposes. Where you had just laid fresh sod or fresh landscaping.
Both.
To get it, and that requires triple the amount of water in its early stages of growth. So, like, to me, now, Dan, are you asking for punitive damages?
No, I just wanted to just destroy the ticket and leave me alone.
No, but like, couldn't you ask for,
I'm not suing them civilly. I'm trying to defend myself from a civil infraction. So it's not even criminal court. It's administrative sort of court. It's a magistrate.
It's kangaroo court.
I don't want to belittle the court because I'm an officer of the court, but it's not like federal criminal court. It's essentially an administrative hearing.
Have you tried to calmly speak to this agency in the manner that you spoke to me by saying, I got 3 addresses here. It's well water coming from my property. Have you tried to calmly, or are you just immediately, you got served notice that you had to appear in court and they really didn't give you an opportunity to remedy this?
They never gave me an opportunity to remedy this and forced me to take it to court because they didn't give me a chance to pay it or talk to them ahead of time. By the time I got notified of it, it was already had to be in court because it was so far past the violation. The infraction was written in July, Bubba. I didn't hear about this until November. So they're gonna write me a ticket, and then I don't get the ticket until November with a court hearing.
So hold on. So
a mandatory court hearing. Mandatory court hearing.
The initial ticket they wrote to you was in July. Do they have any proof that they, a lot of, like, whether it was a courier service or whether it was a FedEx where you had to sign for, or whether it was certified or registered mail, they don't have proof that, I think it first starts with the fact, I'm not a lawyer, that can they show proof that you even got the ticket, the initial July ticket?
Nope, zero.
Right.
Zero.
Maybe that's what you start with, Your Honor.
Jay's here.
Even good. Jay's here to even help me legally. Would he not start, Jay? Would Dan first start with Your Honor by saying, show me the certified mail receipt, or show me the FedEx form that I signed for, or show me that you sent this registered mail, or show me an email that you sent me. Show me something that would act as a receipt that I received this violation in July.
Well, Jay, he's waiting for
Jay, I'm talking to you. I know you're trying to clean your
it.
glasses and look all great and stuff,
No,
but we're on the fly right now, buddy.
Trying not to step on you.
We're live on the air. Well, stepping on me in uncomfortable dead air after being asked a question are two different things.
I wasn't sure if you were finished. I may approach it a little differently than that with the judge.
Well, but hold on. Doesn't that genuinely start the process? And that's when the initial fine was issued.
They have to prove it by bringing the person that issued the citation or put it in the mailbox or whatever they did to try to initiate service. And so, yes, Dan should attack that, not by, talking to the judge like that, but, Your Honor, where's proof that they did this, and where's the proof that they did this, or I had notice of it. So, yeah. It's just you have to be a little bit more gentle with the judge.
One of the reasons why, Dan, you're in this predicament is because they feel as if you just ignored it and it festered and festered and festered to where they had to take you to court in November to finally get your attention.
I didn't sign for the ticket or anything.
I think if you calmly and politely just question whomever wrote said violation, if you just said, Your Honor, I never received any of this, and if whomever wrote this violation to me could show to me that they either emailed it to me, that they sent it to me certified mail, that they FedExed it to me, that I definitely did receive this, I can assure you that I never have. I wouldn't let this thing go and fester until we are where we are. I mean, I think it starts and stops with that.
Yeah. Is this the Great Water Caper?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. They'll give you an opportunity to have lawyers speak at front because there's mostly going to be people who are unrepresented. It's going to be a room full of people like traffic court.
It's not going to be a big room. This is the second hearing. The first one was to set this date, so this will be a small group of people.
Okay. So talk to the bailiff when you walk in, introduce yourself as Dr. Diaco Esquire, and then they'll put you to the front of the pack.
I did that
you
last
won't
time.
Wait, and then, try to see if there's a lawyer or somebody from the other side and see if you can make it go away. Talk to the other lawyer on the other side. There's got to be somebody to present. It's like a ticket.
Dr. Dan, do you think you're going to be able to change the law of the city of Tampa? Is that what you're going for?
Your mom changed the law on child support. Do you think you can be I know this isn't quite as sexy as that, but you could be the man that was in charge of changing the water laws.
I hope I can. I hope I can at least get
god.
my exemption.
Is this your well water?
Yeah.
Too? You're not even using city water?
No.
Yeah.
There's so
my
many
water.
There's
It's
so
my
many
water.
reasons why you should be able to negotiate that before you even talk to the judge.
Right.
And
Well,
if not,
give me a
then
chance to, Bubba. Jay.
I'm not saying that you did something wrong. I'm merely suggesting how you may be able to avoid the whole hearing. And if not, you just let the judge know all those things. It's not city water, first and foremost. Prove that.
Well, here's what I don't understand.
It applies to wells, it says in the statute. I read the statute several times.
But how can they, if it's not their water, they've not collected it, it's not come from their aquifer, they've not piped it into your home, or the water being used for landscaping purposes, and it was rejuvenated landscaping, meaning it was brand new landscaping that requires triple the amount of water early on for it to take, and it came from your property, and your electricity and your well is the one that pumped this water out and onto the ground, and it's not potable, it's not usable for anything other than what you're using it for.
That's a good point.
I don't understand what the problem is here. This seems like don't we have so many other issues to worry about?
We should. That's definitely a waste of government resources, in my opinion. And the truth is, there's a couple of exceptions. One is the new planting. The other one's maintenance of the irrigation. When you have 2 acres, it takes a minute to have all the irrigation maintained properly. You have to run the cycles periodically, especially during a time of new growth.
You can't do it on a Sunday, though.
Nope, not on a Sunday.
No, God forbid you do it when you're off, Dan. Because you work Monday through Friday, and so how are you gonna?
This is also when I had a lot of significant damage to the irrigation system because all those big old cherry picker trucks trying to bury the power lines and the cable lines
from them.
Exactly. So it's and I got a letter from the landscaper. I got the receipts. I got everything. Bubba, I'm expecting 100% success here. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to change the laws going forward, but I just want to take myself off their radar.
Yes.
And stop this harassment from the city, because I've been there over 20 years, and they played this game 18, 19 years ago with me and Steve, and they lost, and so they're about to lose again. It feels like the Packers.
Now see.
Oh, Dan.
I'm sorry. I was
I
just
should throw
busting
you out
you,
of the
Bubba.
stadium immediately.
Bubba, I'm not busting on you. I was just.
Hold on.
Who else in the room?
Hold on. You're the
QB
smart-
busting.
You claim
You,
to be.
Lummy?
You claim to be the smartest guy in the room, and there's only one Packer fan in this entire room. And
But he's talking to people out there. He's talking to, yeah.
Stop, Seth, sticking up for him.
Just like if he was talking about the Bears, he'd be
because
talking about the rest of
yeah,
the people.
if he just brought a Bears joke out, you're gonna say he was
He brought
talking.
Bears jokes out before, and I've sat here and I've taken him. So if he wants the Packers joke, go ahead.
It wasn't directed directly at you, Bubba. It was just directly. I just think, like you said, I think Jordan Love's a clown. I think LaFleur's a clown, and I just don't like. I just don't like.
It's all the Packer
I don't like
fans.
what they
Thank you,
did.
Bubba.
I don't like what they did. I'm with you, Bubba. You said they should fire
I hope we
LaFleur.
lose today in court.
You just said they should fire
Want to
LaFleur.
listen to the show on demand and on the go? Enlist today at BubbaArmyHQ.com. Sign up and start listening. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
Law won.
Dr. Dan, I hope you can defeat the city of Tampa and rewrite the laws. They try to get me on the watering thing too.
Bubba, I wasn't trying to dig on you. I was trying to co-sign on your anger with the Packers.
That's fine, buddy.
I
We got a Sunbelt cable going on, as you know.
Also, Bubba, I think I'm good. We're good on the heaters.
Oh, okay.
Four good?
Yeah.
Okay. No, it actually, it's good. Like, it's not. It's if you do it correctly, and you're not like you have someone that actually knows what they're.
Yeah, they still get the same amount of water on the ground.
100%. It's getting using the technology that maybe from the 80s or 90s. You know, like you're using like this one when you don't need all that, and you just put a mister there, you get like $5 on it. It's like this whole thing.
I have like 14 zones.
Yeah. The Blues one has 7. Just go around and all this different stuff and just changing it and doing all this different stuff.
Good morning,
You said
everybody.
you get
Hi, everybody.
All locked in.
might get a couple grand back.
I'd ask for punitive and emotional damages.
Exactly. I sprained my eyes, Your Honor.
Sue the
I'd say, Your Honor, I mean...
It's like having to have sex with a guy with a 2 Coke can penis.
Well, I would say, Your Honor, I operate a very successful plastic surgery center, and me having to be in court here, you know... I could be making $5 grand on a facelift right now, and I'm in here fucking playing water fucking gate.
That's up to singing redneck. Dirt merchant. Jeff Frierson.
I'm in here playing water fucking police. The fuck?
Attack of the dog. What up?
You should get City of Tampa. Rename the street after you. They'll screw you over.
J-Law Bronco. Good morning. WSMFP7009. It's an easy name. What's up, buddy?
It rolls off your tongue.
That rolls off my tongue. Good morning.
Hey, Lummy, can you come pick up that wood today? Or tomorrow?
I can probably do it tomorrow.
No, tomorrow, because your doctor... What day? Tomorrow your doctor...
Yeah, I can do it after that, probably.
Okay.
It'll just be later on in the day when I'm done, because the thing's like 4 or 5 hours.
Your doctor takes 4 or 5 hours?
Yeah, they have to do a bunch of tests.
What about Wednesday?
Frameline Willie. What up,
shouldn't be a problem.
Well, we'll figure it out.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, either today, too, maybe.
Maybe I'll do it.
Maybe either today.
What's up, Smith?
I'll get my truck once it's done.
We'll keep in contact.
But the four is good, right? Or you don't want any more? Or do you want more?
No, I think 4 would be plenty.
Okay.
NC Surf, what up? Cold waters up in North Carolina. My buddy was got some good waves this weekend in Jersey.
I know.
6'4".
Well, longer.
Paper Towel Willie's asking if we want firewood. He's got a ton that he's...
Who?
Paper Towel Willie.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show, listener supported via PayPal, Venmo, and Cash App, all at the Bubba Army, now returns.
J. Diaco joins the fray for a little bit. Happy Monday, January 12th, 2026. It's the week of BARP. Thursday, the pig roast. Tent courtesy of Coastal Tent. I think that's when the Glow Bug does all of her weddings and stuff. I think she uses Coastal. Mindy Bernhardt's company. Boy, Mindy Bernhardt's dad was really mad at me on Saturday night. He flipped me off.
What'd you do?
Yeah, why was he so mad?
Terry England, and he's like I feel like calling Brian Bernhardt up today and like talking to him about it because I'm really, it's like really, that would be like if Daddy Joe, God bless his soul, rest in peace. Remember when he got a little perturbed at me in the box when I just made one little fleeting comment? Now, I didn't have my Packer jersey on. I wore red. I was probably, I know the rules of the box when Daddy Joe was alive. Daddy Joe has those first 2 slots down there with his I know, like Dan, I know all the rules. Mm-hmm. I told Tyler when I was with Tyler, we were going to run through, get a little chicken fingers and 1 Coke. That's it. I don't drink alcohol. So that's about half of what most people's problems in the box are over serving themselves. And, or on them, like when the
we're over serving randoms.
Yeah.
That's the problem.
So listen, since I don't drink, so you're automatically, Jay, 50% better in a situation by just drinking a Coke, right?
Except that I split everything, so I'm screwed no matter what, because I usually am by myself versus everyone else that has
I don't know, but like one of Daddy Joe's biggest hang-ups was when you get a bunch of drinkers in there.
Oh, yeah.
And they're at her, 2 more bottles of Absolute, bring it in here. Like, you know, I mean, like, so I'm not that guy at all. So I'm automatically on the good list.
You're very polite. You're very considerate.
He's a great box guy.
I was sitting behind Daddy Joe, and Aaron Rodgers was down to like the 2-yard line, and it was like maybe a penalty or not, but it wasn't going to be like it was going to be the half the distance of the goal line, so it would have been like 3 inches, so it really didn't matter. And so I just kind of blurted out, well, what does it really matter? I mean, you know, like he turned around and he goes, it matters. And I said, yes, indeed it does, Dad, Dr. Diaco. And so, like, that really upset me for the longest time. And then Dan assured me, I actually went into Dan's office and saw Daddy Joe since then. And like, I apologized to him. He's like, oh, I don't even remember that. That was, and by the way, the Bucs won the game too, so that helps too.
Don't you hate when people are hyper triggered and super sensitive when you say anything derogatory about a sports team they have a little bit of affection to?
Well, no, because that would be that's very much.
Oh my God!
That's very much you're being very hypocritical because your father is that guy.
I know, and so are you.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not.
10 minutes ago you were.
No, I'm not at all. So anyway, but it disturbed me that your father might have been a little mad at me. Okay, so that really bugged me. So we're racing Saturday night, and Brian Bernhardt's out there in his open wheel modified. Usually he dominates, and he's in second place. And I don't know who's in first place, but we actually have a computer system. Each car has, and as you guys know, that are racers, and Dan and Jay, you have a transponder.
Nice.
That you hook up, like usually on your rear axle or somewhere in your car, and that keeps your lap times, where you are in the track, where you are on scoring, whether you're the 5th fastest car, the 1st fastest car. Like there's it's all done electronically.
And then you have accurate lap times. It's usually like on the B or the C pillar of the car, so it has like access to the outside, so it can get read, and it makes a huge difference.
In dirt cars they put it on the right rear of the rear axle. That's where all dirt cars put their transponder, on the rear axle, right rear, left or right rear. So you cannot, even though visually you may think somebody's in first, but a lot of times if there's a caution, you have to go back to the last completed lap, and there's a program that called My Race Pass that lays. I mean, you could go back if you are a member of My Race Pass, which I think is like $49.95 a year. You can go look at any race that is registered with My Race Pass, and My Track is, and you could look at, you know, anybody's time on a particular lap, how they finish in a heat, a feature, a B main, and
that's
so
cool.
Like and they don't like that's not up. We also hand score as a backup. So I got the electronic My Race Pass, and then a girl named Liz, she hand scores old school. Like as you're going through the start-finish line, you write them down, you know, each line. So Bernhardt was running second. He never was first. He was running second, and My Race Pass will show that. Where Terry England is his father-in-law, his wife's dad, and he is like one of my best buddies. Like he's from Versailles, Indiana, and owns a big fertilizer business. And Dan, he's the one that just got a new kidney from his daughter Mindy.
Oh wow!
Yeah.
What an act of love.
Yeah, and he's doing super good. Both of them are doing good. Mindy's mending well, and no pun intended. And Terry's has not rejected it. His body has accepted it to the much. So, well, I mean, he's so healthy that he was able to climb the entire top of our stairs and go to our scorer's tower and flip me off and call me a mother effer. So
that's good.
So, but here's the thing: if it was just a regular person, I wouldn't really care. I mean, I don't care. But this is Terry England, who I've known for 20 plus years.
You're sensitive to that.
He's a good friend of mine. Like, he's a really good friend of mine.
You guys can't like sign a little peace treaty?
Why don't
he
didn't give me an opportunity to. He walked up to the window and says, the 69 should be in first. And I go, Terry, he's in second. Look, it's on My Race Pass. And he said, "Skew," and gave me the finger and went down, down to the pits. And I'm like, oh my God, that's Terry England, good friend of mine, flipping me off.
Is he saying your race pass is faulty?
I don't know. I got to call Brian today to hope. Lummy, I'm hoping that our tent doesn't get canceled.
Isn't that kind of just like a racing incident?
Oh, no.
I mean, it's like there's certain things that you have to kind of rely on. I mean, does he really have a justifiable complaint to wage?
No. I mean, I don't think so. No, my race pass does not mess up. Now, he may have been confused that maybe Brian passed him going into 1, and within that lap before they came back to the start-finish line, there was a caution, and at that point, my race pass goes to the last completed lap, which might have put him in second. He didn't pass for first until, turns 2 or 3 or the backstretch. But before Brian got to the start-finish line, there was a caution. And at that point, it reverts back to the last completed lap.
It does change everything.
So
caution lap.
that potentially might have been the issue. I don't know if Terry knew that or not, but he I'll tell you one thing, his new kidney and his newfound energy gave him enough strength to go up about 20 flights of stairs to the top of the tower and physically give me the finger and the words that accompany the finger. And I would have just blown it off, but it's a genuinely good friend of mine, a father-in-law of one of my best friends, Brian Bernhardt. And
was it a transplant he had?
Yeah, he just had a kidney transplant.
Maybe that dude was really angry, the guy he got the transplant from.
No, he got it from.
You know what I'm saying? You got one of those things. You got an organ from an angry dude, and all of a sudden you become angry.
Jay, he got it from his daughter.
Is she angry?
No. Okay. The whole family's happy with how good this is going.
What if that was his final test to see if the kidney was to climb the stairs and tell you to F off?
Maybe he was stress testing his kidney.
I mean, it might be good to go now.
You were helping him.
By saying, hey, listen, I need to get real mad. I need to get so mad that I'm going to flip somebody off, and then if I'm still good, now I know I can go to the races with this thing.
Yes.
Quality of life is back.
Yeah. So anyway, I apologize, Brian, if your father-in-law or anybody, like I don't know what I did wrong. And supposedly Brian was mad at the tech shed about something. We had my tech guy quit when the kid got hit by the fence. My tech guy is getting on the radio, and I'm trying to figure out I'm in the tower, and I'm trying to figure out what has happened to this kid who was supposedly hanging on the fence. We have signs, do not stand or hang on fence, but this kid's unattended, and he gets hit. He's hanging on the fence. A car hits the tire that hits the fence. The kid falls off, and then we can call the ambulance. The kid ends up being okay, thank God, and he's a good little kid. But I'm trying to get that report from the tower. This tech guy who works for an opposing racetrack is literally cussing me out over the track radio, blaming it on me. Said, there was oil on the track 2 laps ago. I'm like, there wasn't oil on the track. That was a guy's radiator, and all 4 of us in the tower agreed that it was the radiator. And there was there were 3 race laps by 22 different cars that went in that area that didn't have any problems. This guy went too hot. The guy that hit the fence got shoved into the fence with another racer and just lost it. That's what this is about. And this new tech guy we got is arguing with me over the radio. Like now.
So anyone else on the radio can hear that?
All record personnel.
Oh, my Lord.
Everybody's hearing him. And he's like, "F you, Bubba. You're the one that caused this." And I'm like, and I'm getting flipped off by Terry England, and I'm just like, that's...
Do you ever think about having, like, Gene Lasker as, like, the sergeant at arms? Like, whenever there's an issue, just, like, sick Gene on him?
No, because we'd have no customers left.
No.
We would have no customers. I mean, these racers are our customers, and I like to keep them happy.
I understand.
But as a race director, you got to stay firm on your decisions, and you have to not necessarily, sometimes make decisions that people don't like. And it was just part. Here's how bad it was. We usually get done racing by like 11:30. We didn't get done racing until 1:30. And then fog set in and dew set in, and I'm trying to grade the track to get it ready for this test on Tuesday, and I literally can't see the track. I can't see the track while I'm grading it. Oof. I can only it probably, if you were to look at it this morning, it probably looked like Ray Charles graded it on Saturday night. That in conjunction, Dan, with don't forget my big fuel pump caper, getting up there. where my car stalled 58 times. And so, anyway, it's been quite the eventful weekend for me that I pretty much just slept all day yesterday.
You earned it. Sounds like you had a really tough weekend.
So I got to get a hold of Brian Bernhardt just to make sure, get on the same page with him and he's not mad at me because he's a very dear friend. I've known Brian for, God, I don't know how long. He was one of when I had my own race shop, he pitted out of our race shop and helped Tyler quite a bit with his modified and his late model. So, Lummy, here's the story that we've been trying to get a hold of all day. That's the Iranian protest U-Haul deal in Los Angeles.
It's been a weekend of protests and afternoon of clashes. Thanks for being up late with us. I'm Liz Nagy.
And I'm Jory Rand. Tonight we have new video of the chaotic scene that played out when that U-Haul truck suddenly drove into a crowd. Plus exclusive video from Air 7 of that angry crowd turning on the driver. Here's Eyewitness News reporter Tim Pulliam from Westwood.
The truck didn't drive into the crowd. The driver drove the truck into the crowd. It's just like when that red truck, when they said that the red truck that drove through, the red SUV that hurt people during their Christmas parade. It was some asshole driving the red truck. There was some asshole driving this truck. Why are we not talking about that? We keep talking U-Haul, U-Haul, U-Haul. It's weird.
Yeah, like why is it U-Haul's problem? You know what I'm saying? Like
it ain't.
Like U-Haul doesn't. When they rent out a truck, they don't say, "Hey, Mr. Diaco, I know you're renting out a truck. Are you moving this weekend, or do you plan on mowing people down to the parade?"
I'm mowing people down at the parade.
Oh, okay. Well, we probably shouldn't get it to you, okay, buddy?
This is why I try to teach my kids that don't read headlines and believe them, because even people think, oh, we're so right wing. Fox News this. Fox News has the headline wrong. L.A. protesters swarm U-Haul truck that drove through anti-Iranian regime. It wasn't. The truck didn't drive itself, man.
Westwood.
This is that intense moment. The man drove his U-Haul truck toward protesters. Here's another angle. Air 7 captured this exclusive video when police pulled the driver from the truck as the crowd tries to hit him with anything.
Now, what's he trying? Now, is this like a Rodney King deal where this guy's just an innocent?
No.
He painted on the side of his truck.
Yeah, he had the thing that said that pretty much everyone that's out there is stop going against the Iranian government.
All right,
so pro-Iran.
Yeah.
Oh, so he's pro-Iran, and they're trying
Was he Iranian?
They haven't named him yet. They have not identified the man.
From flagpoles and trash to even their own hands. You can see one protester climbing on the U-Haul and kicking in the windshield.
God, we are just a bunch of barbarians.
Bubba, I sent you a video too of they like jump on it while it's driving and they're like smashing the windows.
Let's get through this one first.
Isn't there like a vein in your leg that if it gets cut, you die or something? I thought like just the way that his whole leg went through the windshield because he was trying to kick it out, I feel like could just really end up screwing him.
Really up by your groin though.
Oh, is it okay?
It's up high.
Yeah.
Protesters even chasing down the driver and trying to hit him as police walk him away from the scene and take him into custody. What started as a peaceful protest against Iran's leadership turned violent.
So clearly it's a pro-Iranian, I would call this terrorism, really.
Yeah.
Boy, he's not getting the deposit back on this U-Haul.
Ripped these political messages from the truck. Traitor! Sean Zarabi captured this video of police taking the man away in handcuffs.
People are getting their voice out, and this guy comes to the crowd and tries to kill people.
It happened on Veteran Avenue Sunday afternoon, where hundreds rallied outside the LA Federal Building in Westwood. These demonstrators are in solidarity with those massive ongoing protests in Iran's capital city, where hundreds have been killed while demanding a regime change over the country's failing economy. The government trying to shut them down by cutting off access to the internet, making it hard for people like Sheila to connect with her grandmother in Iran. I see this makes you emotional. Just describe why it makes you cry.
It's just very sad.
Man, she's very beautiful.
They're a lot prettier without, a head dressing, a burqa. I mean, it's amazing. Iranian women, Iran had beautiful women in the 80s, and then they covered them all and hid them all from the world.
Because young people are dying every day there, especially now. Like, they have no freedom, and we're so fortunate to be living here, but our people over there, they don't, like, they're living off of maybe $50 a month. Like, that's someone's salary.
We'll get you an OnlyFans account and start funneling some back to mom and dad.
And it's just very upsetting that women.
Sorry, did I just say that? My bad.
Women, they don't have freedom. They have to wear hijabs. They have no rights. It's very saddening.
Mayor Bass urging demonstrators with different views to be nonviolent.
Even though we're in this highly charged environment.
Oh, this is the new mayor of Los Angeles.
Yeah.
It's always important for Angelenos to remember that our protests have to be peaceful, regardless of how charged the issue is.
One person received minor injuries and was treated here. Police say they could charge the driver with assault with a deadly weapon. Tim Pulliam, ABC 7, Eyewitness News.
Tim, thank you. In Iran, human rights activists claim the death toll from Iran's crackdown on protesters has risen to 538, with more than 10,000 people detained after 15 days of protest. Tonight, President Trump telling reporters aboard Air Force One that Iran's crackdown may have crossed a red line and that the U.S. military has, quote, strong options at its disposal. One U.S. official telling ABC News he will be briefed on Tuesday on possible U.S. responses.
I mean, if you got a dictator, is this the video you sent me, Lummy, or this one right here?
No, I sent a different one.
A different one?
Yeah.
If you got a who's in charge of Iran right now? What, like, who's the president?
Ayatollah Khamenei. It's not Khomeini, but it's like Khomeini.
Right. And it's at his direction that all this stuff is happening, correct?
Correct.
Right. So, I mean, if we have taken out the leader of Venezuela for turning a once beautiful country into a third world country and the people having no rights and, and the things that they're doing, shouldn't we
have another Iraq
come in and do that? Or has it come a point where now we're the new world order and we have to fix every country's problems we feel we need to get involved in? Does it come a point where, this is a question for him, does it come a point where we take a step back and be like, there has to be a point where we don't get involved with every dust up in the world?
Amen. I hope so. I hope that they don't become the police of the world like he said forever he wasn't going to be. Dan, let me just finish my sentence. Because,
he's good about interrupting.
He claimed
sorry,
during the last 10 years that he wasn't this interventionist, that he wasn't going to go do regime change. He rebuked the change of Gaddafi from Libya. And if we do this, the problem is it destabilizes. What's the government that's going to replace it? I think he should support the protesters 100%. I do not think that our government should go in and swipe the head of another government and just leave it to the people. I think that's 100% the wrong way to approach this. We look like the bullies of the world. With Maduro, we had a justifiable reason. He was a wanted man. There was a bounty on his head from the Biden administration.
We got oil over there.
Exactly. There's oil there too. But the reason for democracy, I'm pro-democracy, but everyone who ever thought that Reagan did wrong by trying to do pro-democracy too much, this is the same type of stuff.
Yeah, I mean, like, it gets to the point where we've occupied now. I mean, if he goes into here, then what's stopping? I mean, it's like it comes a point where we have to kind of, in my opinion, take a step back and be like, hey, we got to let the world kind of police itself unless they're messing with Americans and they're invading the American embassy. Of course, during the Jimmy Carter days when we had the 444 days of the American hostages being held in Iran, that was an American situation because it was American hostages from the American embassy. Now, that's a different situation than, this madman who's running Iran now and, killing protesters that are protesting his policies. And as of now, I don't know if that involves any Americans.
Well, and I think the way that Trump should be handling this is by getting international support. He should be talking to Macron. He should be talking to Starmer. He should be talking to all those people of the EU that want our help with other things around the world and put political pressure on them to stop killing protesters, to bring the internet back on. There's a way to have the international community support you.
Who's their number one ally?
Who? Iran?
Yeah.
Russia, China, North Korea.
Everybody that
all the bad guys.
Everybody that's
Hamas.
not ours.
Right.
You're either So it seems like all this stuff is happening with people that aren't an ally of ours. More of a
dude. They bombed their nuclear facilities months ago. I mean, they're no friend at all.
Right.
They're not a friend, Bubba. But the problem that Jay's kind of alluding to is that as soon as we go in there, we're the occupying infidels.
We can't do it again.
And that flares up tempers against us. And I mean, I understand us being pissed that they threw thousands of people in jail for protesting. Why? Arguably, if you want to take that argument, someone should have invaded us when we threw 3,000 people in jail for January 6th. That was again a heavy-handed government cracking down on people protesting unreasonably, and so we're guilty of it. So we should be very careful about tattooing other leaders for doing the same thing that we actually did, and we will never win if we can't set our own example. We are hypocrites in this.
This is the U-Haul that's trying to blast through these and it's my understanding that these protests in Los Angeles were peaceful.
Yeah,
and they were not. They were just
marching around.
Right, and I don't think they're protesting America because America's not involved in what's happening in Iran. I think they're protesting Iran.
Yes.
And their leadership of what they're doing to their people, which could potentially be relatives that they have over there. And so they're not, firebombing the federal building. They're not, trying to, set ICE cars, ICE SUVs on fire.
Mm-hmm.
I think
the police station.
Or the police station. I think that these people.
Those people get away with it.
These people are just peacefully protesting what's currently happening in their potentially homeland and not causing any problems at all. This asshole that driving the U-Haul, he decides that he wants to ram into this peaceful protest, and that's the problem. Maybe this U-Haul guy got what was coming to him.
Yeah.
I mean, he didn't get hurt. The protesters were able to stop him by vandalizing and smashing his truck so he couldn't drive it anymore. The cops came and pulled the bad guy driving the truck out of the truck. Maybe everything worked out okay. Has anybody reported it like that? These people were protesting peacefully. They weren't causing any problems. You're going to be an asshole and try to drive over them. They stop you from driving over them by vandalizing this truck. And you get yoked up by the cops and hauled away, and nobody gets hurt. I think this is a win.
I'm looking at this video, and it looks a lot different than the headlines read.
Yeah.
It doesn't look like he just barreled through the people. I mean, what if there's a protest going, and he wants to just drive by the street with a sign in his U-Haul as a counter-protest?
He went into the crowd of people.
Did he go in hard? Because right now it's like
I still don't think
did he go trying to kill people or put a sign up?
But if you got a crowd of people and they've shut the road down, and you try to boss hog your way through there, even slow with anti-Iranian messages,
you can't do that. Yeah,
you can't. You know what? You can, but it comes apart of using some common sense. There's going to be some street justice laid on you, and that's what happened here. But you're right, Jay. The headlines are misleading where he gassed it up to 50 and tried to attempt to mow through people. That's not what happened here.
That's what I thought happened when I read the headlines this morning on the way in.
I actually think this U-Haul guy kind of got what was coming to him.
Is that a kendo stick?
I think it was.
Yes, Sensei.
Man.
Yeah.
Jeez.
They're tracking him down.
I actually think the best.
They stopped him with police tape.
I think the best. That's carbon fiber Teflon.
Jesus. It stopped. Why did he stop? Oh, the police tape stopped.
But hold on. I actually think the best possible scenario happened here where you got a smartass that's got an anti-Iranian message on a U-Haul that's trying to go through a large people of protesters that have blocked the road. He didn't hurt anybody. You know, the worst case scenario would have been he gassed it up and mowed over a bunch of people, which we've seen in New Orleans and Wisconsin and some other things like that. That didn't happen. He just went through at an idle, and instead the protesters, the rightful protesters, you know, gave him the good news. They jumped on the side of his truck, busted his windshield. Cops were able to pull him over, yoke him out of the car, probably arrest him, and it's my understanding that nobody got hurt.
One person got hurt, it looks like.
Okay, but twisted.
Was it him?
Twisted
From getting hit on the head with that stick?
Was it like a twisted ankle or a contusion? Or, I mean, it wasn't life-threatening, was it?
No, it wasn't.
Right.
Why haven't they yoked him out yet? Is he seatbelted in?
I know.
I think he's seatbelted in.
I think he's seatbelted in. And they're starting to take the flag and use it as a ram. Watch.
They can't get his lap belt off, Seth. Yeah, that would hurt. Ow.
Yeah.
He's throwing coffee at him. They're throwing liquid at him.
Oh, the flag! Pulled to the face.
Right?
I mean, the flagman's accurate.
Oh, right in the ribs.
Yeah, if you're gonna hold a flag, you gotta know how to use it.
Yeah.
Well, congrats to that guy for staying in the car as long as he did, man. They got
they got some good licks on him.
Yeah,
they did. That's some street justice, right? Oh, that looks a little more.
This looks a little more egregious.
Who was the guy that got pulled out of the car at the Rodney King? Was it Reginald Denny?
Yes.
Yeah, Reginald Denny.
He got pulled out way faster than this guy did.
And here's the thing about Reginald Denny: he wasn't doing anything wrong. He was just driving his construction materials truck to drop off some stuff, and just happened to literally be at the wrong place at the wrong time, and he didn't do anything wrong. He was following all traffic, you know.
Did he get money, or did he win any money or anything?
I think he did. I think he did. I don't know.
I think he's so traumatically head injured, I don't think the Oh, little guy on the roof.
Oh, yeah, I gotta dump that out.
Reginald Denny did not receive any financial compensation from the city.
Didn't he get beat?
L.A. Justice right there.
Oh, yeah, he got beat pretty bad. Yeah, he got nothing from that.
He moved to Arizona.
Guy threw a brick on his head.
Yeah. I think the one that got paid was Rodney King. Rodney King made a ton of money.
It looks
and then they let the 3 cops off. And remember, Jay, they went criminal. They let him go. And then they thought for sure they get him civilly. No, as a matter of fact, did they get...
No, it was federal. What happened was they prosecuted him with the state. The L.A. prosecutors sucked, and they got acquitted. And then the federal government picked it up and prosecuted them all.
Yeah.
3.8 for Rodney.
3.8.
Yeah.
When we return, Lummy, we're going to get into this whole Iran deal where 538 people are dead. And it's because, I guess, the president or whoever's in charge of Iran are trying to really keep the people down by cutting off their internet. And so what's the president or whoever runs the shooting match over there in Iran? What is he afraid of people learning? What is he afraid of? Why are you shutting off the internet? What are you doing so wrong, or what are you doing so egregiously in Iran as the leader?
I think they're trying to quell protests by not being able to, not having people be able to communicate about
and organize.
I think
exactly
that's one of the reasons. Yeah,
we'll get into that next.
If you liked that segment, then you'll definitely like the new redesigned BubbaArmyHQ.com. We'll be back to the Bubba the Love Sponge show after this.
Bye, Danny.
Thank you. See you guys.
Good justice, Dr. Dan.
Remember everything you want to do, and then take it down 2 notches.
Play the People's Court music on your phone as you walk in. Don't. Maybe that's Judge Judy.
That's people. I think it's people's.
Hey, Rob, what is he?
If you hear a weird noise, Bubba, I'm just putting something on my neck thing. On my neck's on fire.
Okay,
I don't have
buddy.
anything on it. I'll turn it off and on. What up there, Merchant? How you doing, buddy? I bet he's strange after taking that brick to the head. Head injuries oftentimes make your personality change. I have trouble watching that video. That's another one that I can't get out of my head. I don't like watching those things. I forget that young American who had his head cut off by Al-Qaeda years ago. I walked in my brother's office, Rob Adams' office, and my brother and he were looking over the computer. And I just happened to look over their shoulder right at the moment it happened, unintentionally. And I would never get that image out of my head. That's why I didn't want to see the Charlie Kirk stuff or certain things I just didn't want to watch. Reginald Denny's one of them. How you doing, Great White? Good morning. Julio, Joe, right back at you, buddy. No, it's not an easy call, Mason Kane. What do you do? What do you do? Oh yeah, you're right. They were trying to affect Starlink, but Starlink's their right now primary method of communication. My neck's on fire, man. I've had herniated disc for 20 years. Just the last 2 days, my neck's just been on fire.
Your neck is on fire.
Your neck is on fire. Like Alicia Keys to sing that to me right now.
Do you own a commercial property in the Bay Area? And is it in need of some landscape maintenance? Contact Average Joe today. With over 15 years of experience, Average Joe is one of the Bay Area's leading full-service commercial landscape contractors, offering irrigation repair and installation, as well as 3D landscape design and installation. Check them out on the web at averagejoetampa.com or email Joe directly at joe@averagejoetampa.com and let them put together a service plan for your needs. Tell them Bubba Army sent you.
Listener-supported sponge, it's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show. Listener-supported via PayPal, Venmo, Cash App, all at the Bubba Army. Now returns.
Lummy, can you tell Gary Cantrell that he needs to go maybe sign up for Zelle? I don't think he's got Zelle because I tried to Zelle him some money to get him down here for travel expenses, and it kicked back on me saying that the recipient may not have Zelle.
Okay, yeah, he said he had it. So let me double check for you.
Yeah. Who didn't have Zelle?
Yeah, exactly.
Actually, a lot of people don't.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I have a note to pass you, Bubba.
You do? Go ahead.
Yeah, here you go.
Is it from you?
It's breaking news.
Packers.
I don't want to say it out loud in case you get upset.
Oh, did you get that from
Schefter?
From a news source?
Yeah, Schefter. Schefter just tweeted it.
Okay. Okay, well, the Packers are keeping Matt LaFleur.
Really?
I mean...
Whoa.
Yeah, looks like sources, Packers, LaFleur expected to try to reach an extension.
How about any mention on Brian Gutekunst?
It looks like Gutekunst, whatever his name is, would be getting a extension also.
Right.
Maybe I'll
just turn into a Bears fan. I don't know.
Might be easier at this point, man.
I'll never do that.
Yeah, one of the biggest collapses. It was the biggest collapse since the Super Bowl with the Pats and the Falcons. But it's not, it happens all the time.
Right. Here's the Iranian dictator story. And again, Jay and I are on the same page. It's be like, man, as long as it's not involve any Americans, let them sort it out a little bit. I mean, if it gets to the point where they're invading the U.S. Embassy and they're taking American hostages, well, now we're in a whole different situation. But if it's just Iranian crazy dictatorship that's screwing with Iranian people that live there, I'm sorry if you have Iranian loved ones that are still in Iran and are potentially being exposed to this. But maybe you could. I think that if they're not allowing you to be on the internet, they're probably not allowing you to flee the country. They probably got the I want to leave Iran department pretty much locked down.
They've jailed thousands. They've killed allegedly 500. And the reason I agree with you, Bob, is because if you let the world see how bad the oppression is and how bad this dictator, or I should say this ultra-religious ruling class is, then eventually you get world support. And, sometimes it takes a second, but if we go in, and, I'm a Trump guy. I don't want Trump to go in and start hitting military bases and pulling people out of their, diplomatic chairs, because what's different from them doing it to us?
Right, and
I don't agree with that. I don't like regime change.
One turns into 3, turns into 10, where every third world country that has somebody that's doing wrong, not so cool things to their people, we now become the police. And, again, unless American lives are being jeopardized, I think you got to kind of let it work itself out. And then, Jay, and if you need to get involved, you get some partners or some allies to get in here with you. And in order to do that, you got to let it kind of run its course for people to see how bad it truly is to get their, I would say, potential involvement.
And then you support the people. You support the democratic process, but you let it play out a little bit, and it's hard to watch it. You want to intervene. I mean, the right thing you would think is, okay, well, let's kill the killers. Well, that's not our job for the whole world.
Well, to kill the killers, you'd have to kill the person that's directing the killers, which is, at the end of the day, the dictator.
It's just... I just think it's another quagmire. Let's focus back on affordability. Let's focus back on United States interests.
There's one thing Trump came up with. I got a story to play yet. He wants to make all credit cards 10% for the first year.
That's pretty incredible.
That's incredible. There's also a story where, and I was part of it when I first sold my TR Verde house, Let me remember for a year I lived in Odessa.
Yes.
And it was owned by this mega holding hedge fund company called Progress Residential.
Yeah.
That owns like, I don't know, I think in Tampa, they owned like 1,000 homes in Tampa, like 1,000 homes like in Charlotte, 1,000 homes in Phoenix, like 1,000 homes like in Austin, Texas. It's this big...
BlackRock was buying up houses on Davis Island.
Exactly. So it's these huge hedge fund, private equity companies that are coming in and starting these residential companies and absolutely killing the realty market because, they're taking all this inventory out of rotation for people to buy while, kind of inflating or just and Trump wants to put a regulation on that where they come in and pay anything. Like if your house is worth $600 and you list it, they come in and buy it immediately for $605. Whereas the normal process, if your house is listed for $6 and somebody gives you an offer for $550, you go back and forth with your realtor. There's a little bickering and, okay, we'll close in 30 days, less inspection. There's all types of different ways when it comes to buying and selling real estate. But when you're a hedge fund company and you come in and you pay full price and you can close in 2 weeks cash,
waive inspections.
Waive inspections, that really, really hurts the housing market. And it takes that first-time couple out of getting a house because these people are coming in and buying, 7, 8, 900 homes in Tampa Bay. That's 7, 8, 900 homes that, Seth and Phoebe can't necessarily be interested in because they're owned by huge conglomerate portfolios that are owned by hedge fund companies.
It looks like there's two companies, that Progress and Invitation, both own about 85,000 homes.
Yeah. And that's not the American way for these big hedge fund companies to come in and buy blocks, 10,000 homes that can inflate the housing market and make inventory, and when inventory is scarce, then prices go up.
Yep.
And that $700,000 home on normal circumstances is now worth $810 that you got to pay that much more on because Progress or this other place is going to buy it right from under you. And they don't even have to worry. Like most people have to worry. Can I get a finance? Can I come up with 20% down? Are we going to pass inspections? Mm-hmm. They don't. They waive all of it.
Yeah, and meanwhile, granny neighbor who's been there for 30 years, the property values continue to go up so much that their taxes are now unattainable.
Right. Or they get a new set of neighbors every 18 months because it's just a big rental chop shop is what it is. And you can't really establish any neighborhood values or any friends or anything like that. You got a constant rotation of new renters. And let's just be honest, I'm not trying to be a dick, but renters are different than people that have, that own their homes. People that own their homes take more pride in their homes, take more curb appeal in their homes. They're better neighbors than some snotty-nosed renters.
Well, this also affects rent because then if more people are renting, then you have the same supply-demand issue for renters, and people that pay, $1,500 a month are now paying over $2,000 a month. I mean,
exactly.
It has trickled down in many, many ways.
It's bad. It's really bad for the housing market.
Iranian leaders overseas vow retaliation if the United States strikes the country again, as threatened by President Trump. Iran's parliament speaker made the comments and added Israel to the list of possible targets. Trump had offered support for protesters rallying against the Iranian government as mass demonstrations grow in Iran's two largest cities. Inflation there has now hit 40 to 50%. The economy has collapsed last week because of the protests. The Islamic Republic cut access to the internet to make sure nobody sees what's happening there, and phone service in the country has been cut as well. Activists say more than 110 people have been killed.
Man, what playbook way to suppress your people than to cut their ability to communicate? Right?
Sounds familiar during COVID.
Yeah. So, I don't know who said this to me. Maybe Seth. I don't know.
It was me.
And this is
the coaches are coming out now saying it was staged, but people were saying that there was no way.
So this was in between. I think was it between like this
a
was
minor league hockey game in Hartford.
Yeah, this was like a minor league hockey.
Hershey.
Which, by the way, man, for minor league hockey, this is a hell of a crowd. I mean, right? And not only that, but this is during intermission when a lot of these people are out getting a beer and taking a pee and getting a hot dog. So I know that when I am going to leave a hockey game to go pee or get something to drink or eat, it's during this time period. So I wouldn't necessarily be in my seat. So if you got this many people that are staying in their seats, during intermission, that's a hell of a crowd. Plus, maybe, you know what? I probably would stick around because they're going to like the Mighty Mites, like the junior hockey, like the 7-8-year-olds. We're going to put on a little exhibition, right, Lummy? Like the little 7 and 8-year-olds were going to play each other. And I think they've done this several times at the Lightning game.
Yes.
Yeah, they do this, don't they, Seth?
Yeah, it's a common thing they do during intermission, yeah.
Right. They'll take a couple of 7 and 8 youth teams, and a lot of times they'll put the goal at half. The goals will be on one goal will be here, and then instead of making the other goal regulation, they'll put it at the blue line. So it's they've shrunk the court that much, which causes a little bit more action. This is I don't know if this is I find funny or this is a problem with but at the end of the day, man, these kids are just emulating what they see in the NHL, right?
Yep.
Just wait, Jay. It gets better. So these two guys are fighting. These two little 7-year-olds are fighting. Now, at this point...
What?
Now, hold on. At this point, I don't know where the referees are. Because in NHL, as soon as... I think, Seth, the underwritten rule is as soon as one of the guys or both of the guys go to the ground, they instantaneously break it up because, one, it's done, and two, they don't want their skates, faltering around because that can really cut people.
Yes.
When you're on your skates and you're throwing punches, your skate obviously can't really be used. But when you're on the ground, at that point your skate can come into play. So you'll never see this in the NHL where you got a guy on top of each other. And if you look at this still photo, this guy, he's got his right arm cocked.
He's full mounted like MMA style.
Yes.
Just wait. He watched wait for the goal. He watched the goal.
So Seth, I'm not. I've watched some hockey, but in my experience, don't the refs typically touch them almost before strike number 1 or 2, and they're there watching them fight? And like Bubba said, but as soon as it goes to the ground, boom, it's over.
They let them fight.
But they're there already.
They're there.
That's my point. Is where's the there?
So as soon as the fight starts, they're there, and they're kind of just refereeing it. And as soon as if the guys are just what they try to do, and Steve Arinsky will tell you, is that they try to the technique in NHL fighting is, Jay, and that's why they've now put a strap on the back of the guy's uniform, is to try to get his uniform pulled over his head so he can't see or punch, and that's when you can start laying the wood. But that's when they're both on their feet. Mm-hmm. And so the referees will usually allow it to happen when they're still on their feet. They don't step in, but the minute one guy hits the ground, they are so quick to stop and they stop it. Like They are really good at stopping it. I don't know where the referees are. Maybe they didn't have any.
I don't think they had any.
Oh my God.
Yeah, they set this up. He's punching his own teammate.
Just wait for the goal at the end.
That's what's wrong. If I was a dad, I would have already been on the ice. This is an embarrassment as for parents, for coaches. I mean, whoever ran this should never, ever run a kid's sport again.
My God.
Do you see that?
Seth, did you see that?
Oh,
yeah.
my Lord.
Watch this. Nobody's booing. Like, the crowd is almost...
Well, they don't know what... I mean, you don't know what's happening.
laid him out.
So, I mean, that's kind of a problem. What are the authorities saying, Lummy?
Well, the coaches came out and said it was all just set up, and they're looking into it. But that's how they're trying to cover their asses.
Well, if I'm the team that runs the arena or the team, I'll be like, we are no longer having these guys. We are no longer having this concept. You guys did it to yourself. We were trying to give you some exposure in front of a large crowd and show our appreciation for youth hockey. But we're going to do something way different. Play a goofy little game. I like it when they put the grown men on tricycles and they have to go around and slide them around. I like that.
Or put them in like big sumo wrestling outfits and make them hit each. I mean, that's different.
Have you seen those ones that are big balls?
Yeah,
like these big inflatable balls, and you smash a guy.
Yep.
Yeah, do that kind of stuff. Nikki Glazer hosted the Golden Globes last night.
Oh yeah,
She's so funny. Would you guys agree that probably in today's world she's the best roaster by far? If you're going to have a roast,
doesn't that just mean like you're the best at getting sexually transmitted diseases? I mean, I mean, it's. I don't know if being a roaster's like.
I think she's pretty talented. I really do. And I think she did. Was she funny was she funny last night?
I was watching. I know it's just weird, man, but I had on. I was watching the football game.
Right.
I didn't. I didn't get to delve into the Golden Globes, but I saw Leo won. I saw Timothée Chalamet won. I saw people were wearing ribbons or something for the woman that was killed by ICE in Minneapolis. So I did see that happen, but I did not get a review of Nikki Glazer.
She had a good one against CBS and a couple other ones against, but
some good zingers.
Yeah, but we can't really play it.
We can't play
after show type stuff.
No, I'm saying because
can I play what TMZ is reporting? Or am I going to get a copyright on that?
I mean, yeah, we should be okay.
I'm going to try to get to that next.
If you want a deep dive into the Bubba the Love Sponge show from the past, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com. We'll be back after these words.
The problem is the AI that
it's just whatever they embed.
It just picks it up, and then we have to sit there and fight.
Okay.
We have to fight it.
Okay, they probably just do it the same with all their stuff.
Yeah, that's what it is. So, but then we lose a couple hours of.
But on the after show, can we do it since it's?
Yeah.
A subscript. I mean.
Yeah, we can.
I'm just saying, as far I just feel I don't know.
But I'll send Bubba the CBS one. I'll try to find her opening act then.
She even had a joke during the promos that's like, I know that this isn't the demographic to watch celebrities, get awards.
What's up, Nick? How you doing, buddy? Thank you for the gift. I appreciate it. What up, Xerxes? How you doing? It's hard not to, Nick. What's up, John Costica? I think the funniest woman comedian in my mind is Ali Wong. She's only done maybe maybe 3 Netflix specials. Raunchy, funny, hilarious. I think Nikki Glazer's okay, but she's not my favorite. What up, Robbie Rodman? Have you ever seen Ali Wong before, Bobo? She does it in Pregnant.
No.
I guess she's one of the writers from Crazy Rich Asians, and so she's been a comedic writer for years. And she did 2 comedy specials when she was like 9.5 months pregnant, like about to burst, as raunchy as you could ever get, and hilarious. Like from a male, it's really, really funny stuff.
I'll have to look it up.
It's pretty damn good. Did she?
What's up, Bulldog Tommy?
We'll go back at it, Dan's.
Ian Ryan, 55 months. Fafa Louie, 81 months. Ringo Valentino, 90 months.
You know, Great White were good waves a week ago, but I had to work. Pity got some great waves. No sharks.
What was that style? 92 months. Johnny Driveass, 87 months. Stumpy, 62, 69 months. What's up, TJ from Jersey?
Thanks for the 1,000 likes early on, guys.
During a movie day in Los Angeles, after work.
Oh, my neck's just hurting. It's just a redneck. Oh, what's wrong? That eyes. My eyes are what's wrong.
What's wrong?
What's wrong? Ali Wong. Not sure if I'm going to be able to this year or not, Mike. I think my son's at that age now where he goes with college buddies.
Pulling into the track, climbing over it, cruising it, or along for the ride. You're always in it to win it, and you want to stay cool. Super Cool Performance. Superior protection against cavitation, corrosion, and erosion. Super Cool Boil Guard. Reducing operating temperatures by up to 20 degrees. Don't get beat by the heat. Visit redlineoil.com for products designed and engineered to keep you cool.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show, listener supported via PayPal, Venmo, and Cash App, all at the Bubba Army, now returns.
Have we determined that we're going to do the Nikki Glazer stuff on Clem Kush? Because even this little 35-second excerpt could potentially be a copyright deal, and then it's you and Gary got to spend half the day fighting it.
Yeah, well, that's what.
So let's just do it on Clem Kush, because Clem Kush doesn't care about copyrights, to be frank.
Yeah, and the after show out there today too.
I'm sorry. I meant the after show. I thought today was Tuesday. No, you have the after show.
And then I said, so I sent you another, but I'll send it to you after the show.
Yeah. So for the after show, yep. I don't know that I can even play this excerpt either. We'll probably get a copyright violation on this. But I can tell you right now, man, Indiana against Oregon, I watched a little bit of it.
Absolutely throttled.
I mean, I'm going to be honest with you, and I hope this does. I'm pulling for Indiana. Mm-hmm. Indiana, Miami next Monday. But Indiana's performance against Oregon might have been, and I hope I don't jinx them, might have been one of the most dominant college football games I've ever seen. Like you know, you saw some of those Alabama teams back in the days. You saw, you know, Clemson back in like some of these really powerful that went on to win the national championship. IU might be one of the strongest teams I've seen in the last 10 years.
What I like too is that Indiana and the coach, They don't. That's what this game shows, that they're not going to pull the foot off your throat.
No,
they're going to just crack your neck.
Right. And I mean, I think they maybe let the second string quarterback in, which is Mendoza's brother, maybe in for like the last 2 series when it was like.
But this wasn't just like some team either. I mean, this is number 5 to do this deep into the tournament. That's what's really impressive, Bubba. I mean, the semifinal round, and they just put the biggest ass whooping ever on Oregon, who seems to always be there.
What's the preliminary line on next Monday's? What is it? A week from today?
Yeah, it's next Monday.
Yeah,
it's hard not to put your money on Indiana.
What's the line? Is it?
Let me see if it's moved. Yeah, I mean Miami's got it. Miami's got a home game, so
yeah. Now that's something you have to consider, but. I don't know.
Is it really a home game when it's a bowl game, though?
7.5 right now.
Indiana?
Yeah.
That's pretty. That's a lot for a. That's a lot for.
It is.
The number 1 and number 2 teams, respectfully, in the country. Over a touchdown.
Not
right?
the way Indiana's been handling teams.
God.
Yeah.
You have to. They have to be favored. Yeah, Miami, I think anytime you don't have to board a plane, you don't have to get out of your comfort zone. I think you have an advantage. Is there going to be a noise advantage? Maybe, but I don't think it's going to be like a typical home game. I just think to be able to be in your element, I think that counts for a lot.
And you know what? I think that quarterback is
Carson Beck.
No,
Mendoza.
Mendoza. I think that guy is way ahead, maturity wise. Football IQ wise,
what a stud,
is just way above a senior in. The guy, I think, who's going to have the number 1 pick?
Raiders.
Do they take him?
They better.
Yeah.
Right.
I don't know if someone else, if Dante Moore, who they beat, if he's going to come out and emerge as the top guy, I don't know, but
he's going to probably go back.
You think he'll go back? But Mendoza, they say, is pretty much the favorite in a weak quarterback class. But just with that guy's character, where the Raiders have been as far as not really having anything established.
Tom Brady being possibly a mentor, right?
Yeah, if Brady likes him and they get the right coach in there and they get the right guy to help bring out his talent, I think Vegas would be a great spot for him.
What's crazy too is Mendoza grew up in Miami. His dad actually played on the same high school team as the Miami head coach, so they know that Mendoza wanted to go to Miami, but they didn't. They didn't recruit him. Yeah.
Now his brother is not the autumn. It's not the guy. Doesn't Indiana got a transfer portal quarterback that's already coming?
Yeah.
Guy from what?
Josh Hoover, TCU.
Yeah.
From TCU. So the Mendoza kid, his brother, is just going to probably be another backup, right?
No, he'll probably transfer somewhere where he can play.
Probably.
But nobody's seen him play.
He played a little this year. He's got. If he doesn't have any college tape, then I'm sure he's got high school. Sure he's got something where he was recruited.
Yeah, he won a couple state championships in high school.
Where are they from?
Miami.
Oh, they're from Florida.
That's what I'm saying. Miami. Yeah, Mendoza grew up in Miami. Grew up in Miami. His dad.
Where they go to high school? Like Anaquanas or whatever
No, it's one of those Miami. It's just Miami. I can't think of it. It's Miami.
So the Mendoza brothers, they're full blown in. They're Florida high schoolers.
Yeah, they're Cubans.
President Trump says he wants to put a cap on.
Now, see, I love this because I bet you none of us, with the exception of American Express, which doesn't have any interest rates because you pay it off every 30 days. Now, I do think they have a flex pay where some interest rates do kick in, and I'm sure they're exorbitant. But, there's almost every credit card, if you carry a balance, is at least 15%, and that's if you're getting a good one. If you have marginal credit, I think the federal law states, Jay, they can go as high as 29.99%. I think there's a federal law that states you can't go any higher than that, I think. But I know that, if you're just a regular guy, the
average is 25.32%. Jesus.
Yes, that's the national.
25% is the national average.
Right. And I love this. I love Trump saying, hey, let's lock it down for 10 for the first year you got that card. Then I don't know if then you can escalate it from that or not.
President Trump says he wants to put a cap on credit card interest rates.
And can the president have that kind of power?
I
don't know if he can.
I think this is one of those ones where he can suggest it and Congress needs to legislate it.
Yeah, probably.
In a post on Truth Social, Trump called the current system a, quote, ripoff and proposed a 1-year limit of 10% on credit card interest. He says that the cap...
You know what completely destroys this news story?
The music?
Yes.
His suit?
I mean, no. The guy's smooth.
Hi.
The guy's smooth. He's a great communicator.
I like him.
But they got some corny ass... Let's listen to the music.
1-year limit of 10% on credit card interest. He says that the cap would start January 20th. The Post did not say whether credit card companies would be required to comply or if the limit would be voluntary.
I think the federal government should step in and give credit card companies incentives federally to give people better rates. You know, like, I don't know, Jay, that there's probably all kinds of things they can do for your corporation if you're Chase or Citibank or whatever, you know, tax-wise or something like that if you give the American people a tax break.
The problem is it's almost predatory when these credit card companies lend money to people who don't have good credit, and they do it at a 25% interest rate. So, you know, some people start off and they get a $500 credit allowance.
Yeah.
And they tap it out. And then all of a sudden, it's $600 that you owe. And then all of a sudden, it's $700 that you owe because it's 25% compounding interest. And so they don't realize how badly it affects them because they're not educated with regard to finances and how to save money.
I mean, I was at my lowest and I lost everything. And my credit score was 605 because I lost everything. I got one credit card and it was a $500 secured Visa where you had to send them $500.
Yep.
And I did. And I did that for a year, and I paid it off. Like, I go and, you know, like get $40 or $50 for the gas, but I would pay it off, like, immediately when it came. Then, next thing you know, that same company offered me a $1,500 unsecured one. So then I so I canceled the other one and got that one, and I would always pay off my balance, never make it too high, a couple $100 at max, pay it off. Now I got me American Express card now,
right.
buddy.
Oh, do you?
Yeah.
Wow. Congratulations.
Is your limit 100K?
No.
Higher?
No, way less.
Oh,
Please.
way less. Okay.
Yeah.
18?
No. So when we return, Mickey, there was a group of people that were feeling sorry for Mickey Rourke because he was facing eviction, and there was pictures of him being damn near homeless, and so they started like a GoFundMe, Kickstarter account for him, and raised $95,000 for Mickey to be able to pay for his eviction stuff and things like that. And in full Mickey Rourke type fashion, he told everybody to shove it up their ass. You got bamboozled. Ask for your money back. I don't want your handout.
But is he getting evicted?
I think he is.
Oh, that's good.
But I think he's like, I don't want your money. I'm a man's man. I don't take free money.
Okay, sounds like he's in a good state of mind.
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
If you want 24/7 on-demand Bubba and the crew, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
These are dog harnesses, merch kit. Okay, perfect. I'll take it outside.
Oh, there we go. He sees the shotgun. Really. Poor guy. Jay, did you see that Trump wanted to buy $200 billion in mortgage bonds?
No. He's trying to make housing affordable. I know he was talking about Freddie Mae and Fannie Mac, and I don't know exactly what he was talking
He
about.
wanted to buy. He said if he buys $200 billion in houses, it should.
That the government buys them?
Yeah.
Interesting. And then and then puts them for sale to people, or not owns them and just rents them like government housing, right? Because I don't like that. down to it once you got your last payment paid, Xerxes. I held that car for 11 years and then gave it to Danny, and he drove it for another close to 10. Once you pay it off, the incentive is to keep it. You know, Matt Kelly, it's never an easy thing, but if you have any outstanding bills, you can definitely pay them eventually. But if you can get them reduced or negotiate, try that first. That always helps. Congratulations, WSMFP 7009, rolls off my tongue. That's the easiest way to put some money in the bank is getting rid of car payments.
Hey, Jay, you got to sign that little sign on your way out.
I signed it already.
Oh, okay, good. So you
Yeah.
can ship it out. Hopefully Dan signed it.
I did. I signed under him.
Okay, perfect. Then we got. I'll give it to Erica and have her send it out today.
What up, Big Lunger? That's a big deal. Before I even did the one for 60 months, I had to Rob Elder helped me do shenanigans on a car because I couldn't even afford it. And I think I got a loan with a balloon on that first 2000 Jaguar and paid it off and kept it for years. That's the way to do it. Get a car you like, pay it off, and keep it. Don't go beyond your means. And then once it's yours, man.
He's saying if he buys a mortgage bond, that it would just help reduce the rate.
I don't really have a problem with that.
He just wants to buy the bonds.
Yeah.
So if he buys the mortgage bonds, then yeah, the mortgage then it would.
To try to control the mortgage rates a little bit more.
And then it should drop it to because no one wants to sell it at the rates.
That's true. That's why everyone's having trouble getting financing. I have seen it, Suzuki Slayer. Not a big Corvette guy, but pretty much a beast. Over 1,000 horsepower, maybe, yes. Maybe a little bit over, just so that they can say it is. As a former Jag guy, trash guy, it's hard for me to look at anything Jaguar after last year's marketing debacle. And I think our boy Rob Elder still has a Jag dealership.
I don't think he does.
I thought he had one in.
I think he got one in
Lakeland,
right? He might.
Way to do it, Steve's a grumpy old man. The first thing that I could afford that was Italian and ratted fast was a Ducati 907 IE that cost $6,000 that I had to get financing for.
A Ducati?
Yep, and I almost got killed on the Howard Franklin and parked it and never drove it again.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show. Listener supported via PayPal, Venmo, Cash App, all at the Bubba Army. Now returns.
I got time for this one little story of Mickey Rourke. We're out of here. The after show, we'll call it 1520.
Mickey Rourke just called out his own management team for setting up a GoFundMe to save him from eviction, and he's furious. The 73-year-old actor was facing eviction after falling...
Man, he's looking rough. Oof. Look at that.
Hasn't he always looked rough? I thought that was like his thing.
Hey, you know what? You're. I stand corrected. You're correct on that.
Well, he was a very handsome guy as a young man, and then he destroyed himself with plastic surgery 15 years ago or 20 years ago, Seth. You're 100% right. But when you look at him as a young guy, he did not look like that.
When he did like 9.5 weeks, which was probably at the apex of his career.
Dollars behind on rent for his Los Angeles home.
Man, look at that. That's all it is.
His manager's assistant launched a fundraiser over the weekend, claiming it had his full permission. It raised over $90,000 in less than 48 hours. But then Rourke posted a video with his rescue dog, Lucky. Sitting there in a pink V-neck and cowboy hat, he told his 500,000 Instagram followers he had no idea who started it. Quote,
That's got to be AI.
If I needed money, I wouldn't ask for charity. I'd rather stick a gun up my rear and pull the trigger. His manager...
Look at him there.
Of all places to stick a gun to pull the trigger, he wants to stick it up his butt and pull the trigger.
Oof.
Kimberly Hines insists the campaign was legit. She says Rourke agreed to accept help, but maybe didn't fully understand how a GoFundMe actually works. Now he's embarrassed it became worldwide news. She promised if he refuses the money, every donor gets refunded. The fundraiser has been paused. Donations are frozen. But here's the twist. Since the story broke, at least 4 movie roles have reportedly been offered to Rourke. Fame doesn't protect you from hardship, but apparently controversy still opens doors.
Nah, not really.
You can't.
Rourke admits...
You can't what, Seth?
I'm just like, you telling me this guy can't, he could, I mean, he seems like a proud guy, but you don't think there's anybody that would loan him $60,000?
I don't know.
And
one would think. And he got... Well, I mean, if anything, I got people to pay attention, and he's been offered maybe four potential jobs.
He was terrible at managing money throughout his career. After walking away from Hollywood at his peak to pursue boxing, he returned with physical and emotional scars. The industry had moved on. He's been struggling ever since. The home he's fighting to keep is
like
a 3-bedroom Spanish bungalow built in 1926. Author Raymond Chandler lived there in the 40s. Rourke signed the lease in March 2025 for $5,200 a month.
$5,200 a month for that. That'll get you a penthouse and one of the top towers of the new places in Tampa, won't it, Jay? $5,200 a month?
No.
You should have seen what I was about to get in LA for 32. I was about to live in somebody's half garage.
Yeah.
Seth said I was going to live in somebody's storage shed for $4,500.
It jumped to $7,000. He couldn't keep up. Now
it's up to $7,000.
Fans who donated are left wondering if their money...
I mean, Jay, for $7,000 in Tampa, you can get something pretty nice, can't you?
You get something nice, but you're not talking about, top penthouses on Bayshore. I mean, those are $20,000 a month.
You're kidding me.
No, a full furnished house on Davis Island. If there are people that are building houses and like, oh, I'm just going to rent a place on Davis Island that's furnished. Yeah, for $20,000 or $25,000 a month. You can do an interior crappy little house on Davis Island or on these neighborhoods that's, $10,000 a month.
I heard on Davis Island at some of the most prestigious points of Davis Island where you have the best view that the dirt alone, there's teardowns going for 10.
Honestly, it's been like the gentrification of Davis Island since the storms and since COVID. And it's really been a shame because all those little houses on the interior of Davis Island that were the little ranch-style Floridian homes that have been there for a long time, they all flooded last year. And so we have 200 houses that are being demolished. And of those 200 houses, they're building 200 McMansions. And so the property value has gone.
Of the 200 houses, they're building 100 mansions because usually they're buying 2 lots because the mansion's so damn big.
They're actually not. They're buying the little lot and they're putting these monstrosities on these lots like next to Steven's house. You know that thing? It's ridiculous.
Oh, my God.
I like the guy, but that's ridiculous because if you're really balling, you buy the houses on both sides, you knock them down and have a yard. You don't put a 20,000 square foot house on a normal.
I went to Steve's house. I go, man, Steve,
size.
your house is just unbelievable, but it would be unbelievably more if the Hilton wasn't right beside you.
It's unreal. And so, yes, the dirt right now, like near Jeter's house, that faces Bayshore, unobstructed view is 8 to 11.
That's what I'm hearing. 8 to 11 for the dirt.
I couldn't afford to move to Davis Island now.
They were gonna do Jeter's as a teardown, then they rethought it and they keep it as they're gonna keep it as Jeter's house.
So
right?
far, correct.
So far, all right. We'll come back with the after show. Me, Lummy, and Seth. We'll call it 20 after. Until then, hold your horses. We'll be back then. Jay, appreciate you.
Appreciate you.
Thanks for letting me finish.
You've been listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show, starring
me, Bubba the Love Sponge,
co-host and show historian Lummy.
It's Seth, co-host and president of podcasting.
It's Brian Motroni, king of counter programming.
Gene Lasker, voice of the people. Glad you get to hear me.
Gary Cantrell, video editor.
Yeah, back here wiring up. It's Mini Macho.
The BRN agent, Thomas Buttoned Up B.
Co-host, Dr. Dan Diaco, Esquire, of Council.
Co-host, J. Diaco, Esquire, the Spitting Cobra of Council.
Now, time for the legal disclaimer.
Exactly.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this show without express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
We must dissuade him of this delusion.
Until next time, always remember.
I'll repeat hello.